Good morning, Maria. Sir, can I take my stick back? Or?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry.
Oh, you don't reject it? I don't know. Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly and or visually recording this meeting. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to the non-audible function during committee meetings. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you, there are quite a few. Approval of the April 6, 2016 minutes. There is a revised copy on yellow before you. I had included, after Councillor Farr made his motion for clarification at the last council meeting, that has been included in the minutes. Item 4.3, a delegation request from Kevin Hollingworth, Metropolitan Consulting, respecting item 7.1. Adi Arani, AJ Clark and Associates, respecting item 7.1. Item 5.1, the tax policies and area rating, FCS 16032. On April the 12th, the province announced the 2016 education tax rates and several updates to other tax policies that affect report FCX 16032, including the recommendations. Therefore, you have a revised copy before you for consideration. The Blue Ribbon Task Force on Workforce Development, item 5.4B. Staff has advised that those minutes should be dated February 22nd rather than January 22nd. 6.1, John Hall, Coordinator for Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan for Canada Centre for Inland Waters, was to appear today but has requested that he be moved to the May 4th GIC due to a scheduling conflict. Item 9.2, Councillor Marula's notice of motion for the last meeting was included in its original form, but today will be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the revised, more comprehensive version in front of you. Notices of motion. 10.1, the review and renegotiation of the John C. Munro International Airport lease. 10.2, Rotary Creekside Parkette Dundas. 12.2, surplus school property at 155 East 26th Street, known as Eastmount Park Elementary School, and that's pursuant to Section 8.1, subsection C of the City's Procedural Bylaw and the Municipal Act. And 12.3, contract settlement matter pursuant to subsections E and F of the City's Procedural Bylaw and the Municipal Act.
Is that all? That's it, okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, second by Councillor Pursuta. All in favor? Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? No interest, I'll cancel the meeting. Okay. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. May I please have a motion to approve the revised April 6, 2016 meeting minutes as presented? Moved by Councillor Skelly, second by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Delegation request on item 4.1. What is the committee's wish respecting 4.1? By Councillor Whitehead, second by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Thank you. And item 4.2, what is the committee's wish? Moved by Councillor Pursuta, second by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Carried. And 4.3, what is the committee's wish respecting this item? By Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Carried. And 4.4, what is the committee's wish respecting 4.4? Did you? No. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Thank you. Members of the committee, you have before you your consent items 5.1 to 5.5. May I have a motion to approve items 5.1 and 5.3 and to receive items 5.2, 5.4A and B, and 5.5. Moved by Councillor Farr. You want to speak to it?
Time on item 5.2. I'll move 5.1 and 5.3 if you like.
Okay, so it's been moved by 5.1, 5.3. I'm sorry, who seconded? Councillor Marula? Okay, all in favor of that? Carry. To receive 5.4A and B and 5.5 or just 5.4? Got a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Skelly. All in favor? Carry. And Councillor Farr, you want to speak on 5.4?
2.
5.2, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Conley. Through you to our acting GM of Public Works and staffer who knows the North End Traffic Management Plan very, very intimately. He's been a big help. We've sat in Granddad's Donuts together and talked to residents and enjoyed the city's best donuts. And pretty darn good coffee too, and talked about some of the many implementations that have taken place over the last 3 of this 5-year pilot, the North End Traffic Management Plan. So, John Mader, through you to John, one thing I received in the last few days from the Traffic Subcommittee. This is made up of a few of the North End neighbors neighborhood group. And a direct result, I believe, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, of an OMB decision to get a traffic subcommittee together to work with these neighbors on the implementations, see what works, see what doesn't work. They saw this a few days ago, and they've sent me a 1.5-page correspondence. Through you to them, a prevailing theme is maybe just kind of, in a very friendly way, get back on track in working with this crew. Through you to John, is this something we can contemplate? And the reason why I kind of bring this to the floor, first of all, I know they're probably watching and they've been very, as you know, engaged. But also, we have a great employee in Steve Malloy. Oh, there he is right behind you. And he has been over-engaging lately on the Transportation Master Plan citywide, and he was also your frontline guy on the NETMP. And I'm just wondering if there is some disconnect or a very subtle disconnect on working with the traffic subcommittee. Is there something we can do to sort of reinvigorate those conversations with 2 years to go and a little bit more to do in terms of the NETMP? And they highlight things like John Street and others. John, your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly if there's something that's gone off track a little bit some way, we'll absolutely reconnect with those groups.
Okay, and in short, the NETMP, Mr. Mader, successful through you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it has been successful in as much as we're starting to see some results, and it's been successful, I think, for the most part with the residents that have been affected by it. And so, it's not complete yet, but I'd say so far so good.
When this started 3 years ago, 30K, a lot of people were debating it. Many had their opinions. Just on that piece, there's a lot of obvious other more infrastructure-related, capital-related projects that work to pinch traffic, calming the residential streets, trying to force cut-throughs onto the arterials like James and Burlington Street, but not so much anymore. Would you say 30K has been somewhat embraced, particularly in this neighborhood, and taking into account there's well over, I think, 250 40K zones implemented since here in the city, throughout other areas?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd say within the neighborhood, I'd say it's been embraced. We haven't had a great deal of pushback on that. It has shown us that, in order to be effective, we need to do some things other than just change the speed limits. We need to affect that with some physical changes. So, from that perspective, I'd say it's been a success.
Thank you, John. And final questions for you, Deputy Mayor, with respect to the North End Traffic Management Plan. One of the things I said that is being emphasized here by the OMB set up traffic subcommittee is John Street. There's references to not making things happen as quickly as some would have hoped on the two-way conversion there, because we're waiting for the CN bridge at John, and we're waiting for CN to fix the bridge or enhance the bridge at John. I guess replace the bridge at John, and that's not till next year. Is there any way we could accommodate, given that this is not only one but two school zones, and the center of attention for this particular correspondence I received from the traffic subcommittee, that when you do sit down with the traffic subcommittee, this can be kind of first and foremost on the agenda on how we may possibly get to some of these John Street issues that have been going on. You can see particularly in this report, I mean, it's not all wine and roses. John Street before was a 38.8 kilometer average speed. And what happened was what was not supposed to happen. It's now, it's gone up to 48.0. So some feel a two-way conversion would actually get us back to where, in the direction we want to go, and particularly those from this statement from the traffic subcommittee of the NEN. Is this something we can kind of really kind of hash out in greater detail with this group and myself, and timelines specifically through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we're always open to trying to accommodate what the councillor would like, and certainly what the neighborhood would like. There are some constraints with respect to the changeover of that and coordinating that with the bridge replacement, but certainly we can have that as an item of discussion to see what we can do to advance.
Okay, thanks very much, and again, a special thank you to Steve Malloy. While he has been engaging citywide for all of us on the Transportation Master Plan, which is a hugely hot issue for all of us in a good way. We're doing a lot of positive things with Complete Streets, and we're talking citywide on the way we get around and modal splits and all of those things. And this engagement piece citywide has been carried off with an A-plus rating by our staffer, Steve Malloy, but he still has found time to work with me on various issues, big and small, in the North End as it relates to the NETMP and other calming measures. So I think he's done a terrific job. We really appreciate this update into this year 3 of the 5-year North End Traffic Management Plan pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can move 5.2. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Well, now I know where Steve's spending all his time, especially when we have so many issues on the mountain. I have some concerns. I have some concerns that have been raised a number of times in respect to Bay Street being an arterial road. Many people attending the harborfront activities and festivities, and sometimes if there's not enough parking there, they move over to the additional parking at Pier 4, and yet there's some restrictions one way at a certain point, the weirdest point actually. I don't know if it's Guy Street or just past Barton on Bay, and there's been a lot of people that access the waterfront or the marina or activities that have raised the concern about that restriction. So have we consulted many of the users of the waterfront facilities that may not necessarily live in the neighborhood, but certainly have been somewhat encumbered by the Bay Street restrictions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was one of the reactions we did get from the neighborhood, and there was an unintended consequence, I think, of that, in that they were taking some other shortcutting methods through the neighborhood. So that restriction on northbound traffic on Bay Street's been removed.
Good, because that was the one I was getting a lot of complaints on. Now, on the other, on the 30 kilometers, because the issue is, and I think right around this table, is that there's this projection of we're creating a gated community, something different than any other neighborhood in the city, and whether or not this is the slope to move towards 30 kilometers an hour in every community. So this is a pilot, and so I need to understanding that there could have broader implications in the greater community, which is not a negative thing, by the way. But you got to make sure that we clearly understand and benchmark. So have we done benchmarking on the average speeds through those particular areas before? Let me finish. I'm moving somewhere. If we don't need a counselors to ask questions, then we can eliminate committee of the whole in GIC, and we don't even have to have the discussion.
Continue on, Councillor Whitehead.
So I'm asking the benchmarking, how the methodology and how we determined the speeds on those local streets before and currently with the change in the speeds.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's an ongoing program we started before the changes went into place, where we measured speeds on a variety of the streets in the neighborhood, and we continue to do that as we go through the pilot. We will continue to do that over the next 2 years too, to make sure that we understand what the effects have been.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand the methodology. Can you help me understand in practical terms what the methodology is? How frequently, how often, what do you use? Do you record plates to determine if they're local users or non-local users? I mean, what level of and degree of study are you doing? Because I want to make it clear that whatever happens here can have broader implications, so we better make darn sure that the methodology, the frequency, the level of studious reporting on this is incorporated in these upcoming reports, and certainly at the end of the pilot, because if it is a huge success based on good empirical data, then clearly it will have a broader implication across the city of Hamilton.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a variety of, sort of technical tools we would use, from tubes to pads and things, but it's basically a 3-day, 24-hour-a-day counts that are done. And we can provide any of the details you would like, or if you'd like to discuss that more thoroughly, we'd be happy to do that.
That counts. So do we take a look at local traffic versus non-local traffic in those areas? Do we look at, because I don't know who was speeding. Was it the people living in that neighborhood, or was the issue a cut through non-local traffic? Has this deterred non-local traffic? How are you making those determinations? So can you help me understand the methodology?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Steve to help me out with the details on that.
Through Mr. Chair. So in terms of the traffic infiltration, there was a couple of routes that were identified that were specific issues. So what we did is we did an AM and PM peak hour video detection. So we tracked at certain entry points and exit points, particularly on Burlington Street and at Bay, John, McNabb, and James Street, to track how much traffic was destined to the neighborhood and who was going through the neighborhood. So that information that we've provided, we have that for those particular routes through the neighborhood.
So help me understand how you separate the local from the non-local.
We have a time period that we know that if a vehicle goes from point A to point B through a certain time period, we know that it's through traffic, but if it's a longer period, then we would consider them as a local traffic destined to that area.
So you have videos on all exits out of the neighborhood?
At the points of McNabb, John, James, and Bay Streets to Burlington Street.
Have we done any license plate work on this as well?
Through the chair. So the video detection and identifying that infiltration traffic would identify the license plate and do a license plate match.
So you have done the matches?
Correct.
Okay. When you did this, did you did that over a 12-month period, or you did over a week? Did you do it in the summer? Did you do it in the winter, fall?
Through the chair.
Weekends?
Through the chair. So what we have done is when we did our before data collection, we did it in April of 2013 before we started any implementation. So we chose to keep that consistent date when we do follow-up data collection. So we generally only do it that time of year. We haven't done it seasonally. And also for the license plate trace, it is just a snapshot of a one-time period, whereas the data collection for the speed and volume that we've done using other technology, we do that over a 3-day period, 24 hours.
And have we done that all 3 seasons?
No, we've only used that in the April time period.
Okay. So that's the issue and the challenge. I mean, when I want to see a report come back on a pilot, I want to understand at peak periods in the summertime and the activities on the waterfront, what is the impacts? And right now, by the sounds of it, you're not measuring that because you're outside that period. You're not measuring in any other season than in April primarily. So, and I can appreciate you're comparing April to April, but I would think that you would take a mid-summer month, you would take a winter month, and you would take a fall month, so we have an understanding of the trends and movement of traffic in different seasons based on the activities and whatever else may be going on. So how can we ensure that we're going to get a wholesome report that will be more representative of year-round activity versus 1 month?
I will have to, through the chair, I'll have to look back at our available budget if we need to expand our data collection resources. I can report back on that.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the reason I asked the question, and again, it's not to be negative, it's actually be positive. The issue is if, in fact, we know we had a request just the other day for a neighborhood for 30 kilometers. I don't think it's a secret that there are going to be some neighborhoods that think that's a great thing. So we better have great empirical data, not based on 1 month of activity in a neighborhood over a number of years. If, in fact, this could become moving forward, then we darn well better have the best empirical data to make an informed decision. And it doesn't sound to me that we're doing enough to do that. So I would hope that I see a report coming forward to tell you what budget, what needs you have to do a fulsome report to help inform us on something that could be precedent-setting on a go-forward basis. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Now, 5.2, we still have to receive that report. So, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Thank you. The public hearings, John Hall, as we've mentioned, has been moved to May 4th, GIC, at the request of the presenter. So now we're on 6.2, and we're going to have Vic of the Nikola Tesla Educational Corporation to present a ceremonial check to the General Issues Committee for the renaming of part of Burlington Street to Nikola Tesla Boulevard. Is Vic? Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. It gives me great pleasure to stand here before you one more time to really give you an update what has transpired in the last month. And I must add, a lot has happened. First, I just want to quickly review how we got here. If you recall, back in September of 2004, I appeared before General Issues Committee here, and we talked about some of the issues that we wanted to do and move forward. By March of 2015, we already awarded the first Nikola Tesla Innovation Award to a young man at the BASEF 2015. October 5th, I appeared before the Planning Committee, at which time we got the support of the Planning Committee to move forward with Nikola Tesla Boulevard, or Nikola Tesla Expressway at that time. And on October 14th, we got that clarified to be Nikola Tesla Boulevard with the full approval. On February 1st of this year, we officially launched our fundraising campaign, and our understanding was that with the target of $150,000 to be raised. March 23rd, I appeared before this General Issues Committee and gave you an update at that time that we had already raised $87,000. April 2nd, with the support of Councillor Pearson, who emceed our event, we had a major gala fundraiser with 530 people present, fully sold out in advance, and we had problem trying to get more people into the place. That's how high of a demand it was. Shortly afterwards, on April the 5th, we again went to the BASEF, and this time we presented 3 Nikola Tesla Innovation Awards to 3 young students that were exceptionally demonstrating Nikola Tesla's work and showing how they were being inspired by Nikola Tesla. On the 5th, we had another event, 330, again sold out and again well in advance. And on the 10th of April, we just had a small little church luncheon. And next thing you know, we cleared $7,500 just at that one event alone. So to put it basically very simple, when I appeared before council here on the 23rd, I said we would be ready to proceed. We met our target and we surpassed our target already by the 11th. So we are now ready to put Tesla on the map. As we said, council's decision on October 14th will be ready to be implemented by July the 10th of 2016. That will be happening. This is what we're going to be seeing on the QE in the very near future. So what does this mean to Hamilton? Well, as I talked about this, technology is starting to come towards Hamilton already. I've got just 2 examples. There's one very radical, brand new technology. I've got professors searching this, and nobody has no knowledge of this. This is new technology that we have identified, and now we're going to work to make sure we get this technology patented, and that's why I'm not going to elaborate much more here. Sorry about that. I have to protect the technology, all right, but it's going there, okay? The second one, unbeknownst to me, at the gala event, again, just because he was present there and he saw what we're doing here, there's something called the smart plow. I'm looking to work with this gentleman here right now from Woodstock that will revolutionize city snow removal. You will stop getting complaints about my driveway's been plowed in or my subdivision's plowed in, I cannot drive out. This technology that this man has developed will revolutionize that, and I gave Councillor Pearson a heads up on this already, and we're going to try to find ways to get this technology to be manufactured in this city so that it will be replacing all the snow plows that you see in cities. Those will be relegated to outlying communities because they can clean out that way. They continue the way they're doing it. But Hamilton, the world is looking at us. We are getting support from around the world, and people are watching. So it is our opportunity to be the innovator leader. If I may suggest a new slogan for the city, Hamilton first. It is the first in innovation. And we can claim that because of the electric city. We were the first. We had all of that. Look at all the elements that were first in this community, in the early 20th century. Now we are the leader in health robotics. What else can we come out through McMaster Innovation Park, which this council clearly supports? And I put it to you that it is really up to this city to decide how much innovation we want to embrace and how much forward we want to move forward on that front. Putting Tesla on the map. Well, I've been discussing with city staff this past Friday. They are ready to proceed to implement all the sign changes in the city. I've met with MTO, and the meetings have been conducted. They are preparing all the necessary contracts to implement this and to make this happen. Today, as we indicated, we would be presenting a ceremonial check for the $150,000 to the city. Thank you. It's been a nice road, and to be honest with you, it has not been that long of a road. If you think of it from September of 2014, when I stood before you, to be at this point right now, I think it's quite an incredible thing. And I'd like to fill you in as well that the $150,000 is our target. We have already received $145,000 in clear donations. From our fundraising events, which I don't count as donations, elements that are not donations, those have raised us a further $30,000. So as you can see, we are $25,000 above, and we still have some pledges that are coming in, and they continue to arrive. Even just last night, I collected $3,200 in donations just last night. So this continues to work. I must be also a little proud to say this. There are two Tesla organizations. One is called Tesla Environmental. They're a company here in Hamilton. And the second was a company called AC Tesla from Burlington. So we got two Tesla corporations that are significant supporters. And if you really want to see who our supporters are, you can go to our website. All the information is there. So where are we going? Well, now it's no longer put Tesla on the map. Now we have to do the putting Tesla on the map. The grand ribbon ceremony cutting, as we've indicated, for July the 10th. We have already started discussing with SEAT the steps that need to be done to close Burlington Street for safety reasons for a couple of hours. It will be only on Sunday, so it's not going to create a major traffic jam or major issues from that perspective. And then we will move from there to make sure that our ceremonies are all conducted safe and everybody has a good time with it. As we indicated, you'll see where it says the ribbon cutting. That is underneath that sign where it reads right now through traffic. That's where they'll start reading Burlington Street from a city perspective. So it'll be right underneath that. That's just east of Parkdale. Okay, between Parkdale and Woodward, if you can just picture it. I think everybody here can do that. Over where you see the Van Wagner beach trip, I'm opening discussions to hold a barbecue after the event so that we do have the ribbon cutting, and then we convene for a barbecue and possibly more celebrations there. Those details are still to be worked out. So this is an opportunity for Hamilton to teach people about Nikola Tesla. This is an opportunity for our tourism. This is inspiration and innovation. Vision of our city for progression. So let's be progressive. Let's attract the media attention. The last time I was here, we had radio stations carrying the fact that I was here talking about this in Vancouver, Edmonton, Toronto, Hamilton, of course. But can you see that it's reaching across the country, this information? So just wait till the signs go up. What kind of media coverage this city is going to attract at that time. So that's where we're headed with all of this. So what's my request really to the city council here? My request is for the mayor and councillors, please provide your support via attending that July the 8th to the 10th festivities whenever you can, especially if you can make it to the ribbon cutting. I would also recommend and put a suggestion to the floor here, and it's up to council if you so choose to do something like that, but to proclaim July the 10th to be Nikola Tesla Day. Especially if we can do it for this year. Maybe we can do it as a permanent reminder that November 10th being Nikola Tesla's birthday. That could be something that we as our organization will try and celebrate that date every year and keep this thing going on an ongoing basis. Really, I think the council clearly acknowledges this has purely been a win-win-win. I think there's no negative downturn to this thing. We're all going to benefit, and the most important who will benefit will be the children as we inspire them into further education. I just want to add just one thing. I should have put a slide there. One of our Tesla innovation winners happens to be one of the young men that was here with Colin Campbell when he spoke. That student comes from his school, and there is what is already starting to happen is that spin-off effect is starting to get to these children, and that's what's so important to us. It is teaching the children our history here in Hamilton, people. If we do that, it will be so powerful for our children, and they will be inspired. Thank you for providing me this opportunity, and I look forward to seeing most of you July the 10th. And if I may, afterwards present the ceremonial check.
We'll see if there's any questions first, and then we'll do the presentation. So, Councillor Green.
Thank you so much, and I've been watching with interest since you came on your first presentation here to Council. Congratulations through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on the check. Fantastic effort, certainly with the fundraising and all the spin-off opportunities through the Bay Area Science Fair and all the other great stuff. I did, however, notice that the Nikola Tesla Educational Corporation is in Burlington. So I'd like to be the first to invite you to come down to our newly named Nikola Tesla Way and consider bringing this wonderful Nikola Tesla Educational Corporation right down here to the city of Hamilton. Those are my comments, and it's just an open invitation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, that is the banking address for us. Our official address is 755 King Street West, which is just down the road.
Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you. No questions. I just want to comment to Victor. Thank you so very, very much for a resident who has, I'll use a pun, taken the bull by the horns. And only because I've gone to events of the bull roast at their park in the summer, has done a phenomenal job. I've actually known Victor for several years as a resident of my ward and worked on development, and his involvement back in 2014 with regards to the Nikola Tesla and coming to us at council just before the election. It was quite a large pursuit that he's engaged in, but I'll tell you, attending their event on April the 2nd was great. The support that the community has out there has been phenomenal, and I would encourage everyone, not just councillors around the table, but everyone to come out to the July 10th event, the ribbon cutting. And I know, I won't release anything, but I know that Victor is working on a number of great things to go on that day. So, Victor, congratulations. You've done a phenomenal job, and I know you will keep it up. And I'm looking forward to a statue being put up one day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? May I have a motion to receive the presentation? Moved by Councillor Green, second by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Now, can we have the check presentation?
Yes, definitely.
And Councillor Marula, would you come up to the stage, seeing it's going through your area, and the mayor's not here, so you can take the place of the mayor. American dream. Okay, so now we're going to have Suzanne Mammel, Hamilton Halton Home Builders Association, to speak on item 6.3. Welcome, Suzanne.
Good morning.
Morning.
I apologize for my voice. You've all heard me before, so you know I don't normally sound like this, but I want to thank you all for inviting me here today and allowing me to speak to the topic of the new comprehensive engineering guidelines. I'd like to start out by thanking staff. We went through this process and it was undertaken in a very consultative manner. It is important to our industry that we have a guideline and process that is both open and transparent, but is also understood and consistent in its application. Volunteers from our industry have worked with staff for the last 3 years, and this document is well overdue. This was a great collaborative effort, and I would hope that it would serve to be an example of how the industry could be consulted with policy decisions that affect our industry. So, you know, it was something that was a lot of hard work, but it really did pay off in the end. There's a lot of good in this document. I always did tell you I would always say when there's good things. It won't surprise you, though, that we don't agree with everything in the document. I'm not going to bore you today with all the technical details or a list of things that we don't like. I would like to focus on 3 different things. I took the liberty of emailing you all my written presentation last night, and I believe that you all have in front of you here today. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the elimination of 18-meter road allowances. This will likely be the 3rd time I've stood in front of you to talk about this. First was in 2012. I came to Planning Committee in October of last year. And I guess what I would like to say is that we're more than disappointed in the result of the elimination of 18-meter road allowances in the city. There was a suggestion made that our industry does not support sidewalks on 2 sides of the road, and that is not true. We acknowledge that it's something that the city's implemented, and we accept that. However, we do not believe that you need a 20-meter right-of-way to allow for 2 sidewalks. I've given you examples previously of cities like Kitchener, Milton, Burlington, that all use 18-meter right-of-ways and smaller and accommodate 2 sidewalks. Efficiency of land use is in keeping with places to grow legislation and intensification targets that we still have to meet. I've heard concerns about parking. Parking is not affected by the difference between an 18-meter right-of-way and a 20-meter right-of-way. The asphalt is the same width. The house setbacks are the same from the property line. Parking is not affected by continued use of 18-meter road allowance or with the use of an 18-meter road allowance with 2 sidewalks. The rationale that staff provided is that infrastructure and utility is more costly to repair when it is located under a driving surface or a sidewalk. That's not wrong. However, it is typically utilities that are located under the sidewalk, and that is no different than in other municipalities. That we would move to a standard to give utilities something here that they don't get elsewhere surprises us. We did, however, going down this path, ask for an analysis of what the city perceived those potential costs to be. We asked for it at several of our meetings, and in the end, we were told that that analysis hadn't been done. You may recall in the presentation I made last October that we had done some estimates in terms of lost property taxes and lost jobs as a result of the less impact or the less dense form of development. The property taxes alone were $77,000 in the first year, $154,000 in the second year, $231,000 in the third year, and so on. In the first 10 years, the city would forego $4.2 million in property taxes and 48 person jobs per year as a result of the reduced number of houses in a subdivision by going to the 20-meter road allowance. We do not believe the maintenance and repair costs would be anything close to the foregone revenue to the city. However, I do not believe that anybody's done the numbers to justify that. This doesn't speak to lost development charges, building permit fees, etc., that are lost due to the lost houses as a change to this result. We would request that you direct staff to implement the very viable 18-meter road allowance with 2 sidewalks that was prepared for them by their consultant as part of this process. The next item I'd like to speak to is the transition policy that was in the document, in the staff report, rather. Unfortunately, transition policies weren't talked about through our discussions. You may not know, but we spent months and we spent dozens and dozens of hours together talking about these, so the transition policies didn't get addressed. The issue for trans policy here is very important. It is not financial in nature, but it's an issue of logistics and technical design. As many of you know, engineering design process is a long and complex one, and it goes hand in hand with the planning process. When a project is started with one design rules, it is difficult and onerous to start again using another set of rules. Staff did provide a transition policy, but it just doesn't allow anyone enough time to complete existing designs or move forward with the existing policies. As such, I provided a fairly lengthy alternative transition policy, which I'll read through now. We would suggest that if you have an existing draft plan approval as of today, or your draft plan is imminent, you could follow the current guidelines if your first submission was made on or before August 1st of this year. This allows for 3 months of design, which is about the minimum you could do with a fairly decent-sized subdivision. If you have a submitted subdivision for draft plan and it has not been approved as of today within the appropriate 180 days, you could follow the current guidelines, as it would be reasonable to expect that you should have received condition approval as of today. For those projects that are in a phased draft plan that is approved, and the first phase is either submitted, designed, or constructed, you could follow those current guidelines to allow for consistency in sewer design, right-of-ways, etc. is built. So you can imagine if you have an 18-meter road allowance with one sidewalk here, you go to a 20-meter road allowance with 2 sidewalks on a partially built street, it would look really odd as you were driving down it. Lastly, and this is part of the staff report, but I would just reiterate that in exceptional circumstances, you don't always know what's going to come up, that the Senior Director of Growth Management be given flexibility to address those types of issues that if they come up. Of course, we're open to additional wording or a different type of policy. The intent, if the intent and the end result was the same as what I've suggested. The last point I'd like to make is about an annual review of the document. Both staff and our industry feel that the document should be reviewed on an annual basis to keep it up to date, allow for technical advances, or to be flexible where it is evident that a process doesn't work. I would ask that you agree to staff's request for an annual review to be undertaken. But I would ask that you go one step further and direct staff that changes only be made once a year. I said at the outset that a consistent and known process is critical to engineers and proponents alike. Changes made at ad hoc throughout the year have historically not necessarily been vetted through our industry, and you end up finding out that changes have to be made as a result of a subdivision and then a subsequent revision. This exacerbates an already long process and results in additional work for engineers, private and staff alike. We feel this is an appropriate addition to the city's request. I'd like to summarize by saying that we're supportive of a document such as this, but we ask you to direct staff to make the changes we have requested in order to approve it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the presenter? It's been moved to receive. You got a seconder, please? Councillor Collins, all in favor? Sorry? I did ask, and nobody said. You want to ask a question?
Thank you. So
Okay.
I'll deal with it when we get the report.
And we're gonna,
Sure.
we'll talk to staff. Okay. Now we got Kevin Hollingsworth, Metropolitan Consulting, respecting 7.1. Oh, 6. Oh, okay. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Hollingworth. I'm the Manager of Engineering at Metropolitan Consulting. I'd like to take a couple of
A little bit, please.
Sorry, too tall.
It's hard to hear when you're so tall.
I'll slouch a bit.
Thank you.
I'm the Manager of Engineering at Metropolitan Consulting. I would like to take a couple of moments to talk about the new development guidelines being proposed, specifically in regards to the proposed transition period and the elimination of the 18-meter right-of-way. The transition period is stated as June 1st, 2016. We have a number of projects totaling thousands of units within the city limits at various planning stages. Considerable time and expense has been allocated to these projects with various engineering and ecological studies currently underway with the old policies in mind, as directed by City and Conservation Authority staff. Changing the policies midway could potentially result in further delays and added expense in order to meet the new guidelines set forth. We understand that the Senior Director of Growth Management or designate may approve exemptions to the policies. While we have reached out to City staff with a list of projects in question in order to get a level of understanding on how the new policies and guidelines will affect our current projects, to date nothing has been received. Given a relatively quick transition period of approximately 6 weeks as proposed, this does not give sufficient time for our office to make necessary submissions in order to satisfy the new requirements. Furthermore, a short window could overwhelm the Growth Management Department with submissions just to meet the proposed deadline. We request that the transition period date be extended such that sufficient time can be granted only for the specific cases in which applications have already been received but are pending City approval. We are in agreement and support the proposed timeline set forth by Suzanne and the HHBA as outlined previously. Secondly, regarding the change in minimum right-of-way, it is deemed that there is insufficient room in an 18-meter right-of-way to accommodate sidewalks on both sides of the street and would overall be too costly to the taxpayer. We feel there are considerable challenges where an existing 18-meter right-of-way meets the new 20-meter right-of-way. Within Appendix B of the staff report, it includes an alternate 18-meter right-of-way cross-section with sidewalks on both sides of the street that has already been approved and constructed within the city's limits. This is similar to a number of neighboring municipalities which allow 18-meter right-of-ways with 2 sidewalks. It is of our opinion that 18-meter right-of-ways with 2 sidewalks is easily achievable, and any perceived difficulties would be minor in nature and localized. As such, we request that a modified 18-meter right-of-way be included in the new development guidelines to be used at Growth Management's discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Whitehead.
So you're focusing more on more or less a grandfathering or a longer transition period is primarily what you're talking about in respect to the change from 18 to 20. I haven't asked staff this question yet, but it's I would infer that this is about maybe having slightly wider sidewalks as well. Is that your understanding?
No, it's my understanding that the sidewalks will still be 1.5 meters wide on both sides of the street. And yes, the grandfathering period should be extended for specific cases.
So what is your understanding then the need to go to 20 if the sidewalks are not going to be any wider?
It's the perceived conflicts with the utilities. They're proposed to be under the sidewalks, and so now it's perceived that the city is going to be responsible for any maintenance costs. But it's my belief that it would be the utilities' responsibility for the maintenance costs.
Thank you.
Questions? You have a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Farr, Councillor Whitehead, all in favor? Thank you very much, Kevin. And now we have Ada Irani. Sorry? Addy. Sorry, Addy. It's my Irish in me. Just had to say it, Addy.
Not Irish, thank you.
No, I am. That's why I mispronounced it. Welcome.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Adi Irani, and I'm chief engineer at AJ Clark & Associates. Okay. I got a very short PowerPoint I want to show you. Can you show me how this works? Good. Okay, so I'm here to talk about, as you know, the comprehensive engineering guidelines that is before you today. And I want to say now, to actually reiterate what Suzanne and Kevin said before, we are very grateful and we commend staff for the amount of time and effort that they put in to getting this document done. As an industry, we were sitting at the same table as them, and we went through about 2 to 3 years of discussions on this implementation and actually the guidelines themselves. So we are grateful for that, and we are appreciative that that has been mentioned in here, that this is a fluid document, that it will change as the different years in which we practice engineering. And good engineering practice should always be at the top of the concerns that we have, and we do recognize that and we support that. In the report, in the recommendations in the report, you have a recommendation that says that the Senior Director of Growth Management or his designate can approve exceptions to the requirements. And that is a very important thing, because you can never ever try and bring every circumstance in engineering, in development, into a book. Doesn't matter how thick the book is, but you can never do that. So it should be left to the discretion of the senior manager if he feels that there's a need to make a different decision on that particular issue. I'm here basically to speak on the transition policy, and I'm here to speak about the same issues that Kevin brought up, what happens with projects that are underway. We have suggested timelines for the implementation, but we want to talk about the 20-meter right-of-way. I'm not going to talk about the benefits or the disadvantages of a 20-meter right-of-way. However, I do want to bring to your attention how it affects phasing of developments. So I want to show you this situation. This is the Summit Park project that is in the upper mountain, East Mountain, between Rymel Road and the Hydro Corridor, and between Trinity Church Road and Swayze Road. It is a huge project, and we have finished 8 phases of it. And if you give me a minute, from Trinity Church Road all the way up to here has been completed. I'm sure you can hear me. We just got approval for the Swayze lands, which is in green in this area over here. And that approval came just about 2 weeks ago. So now we will be fighting against time to get you a first submission of engineering drawings by, as you say in the policy, by June the 1st. I'll show you where phase 1 is. Phase 1, different. Phase 1 is this line over here. Terry Perry Road, this street, down here, there, and then up to Regional Road 56. That's a big area, and to get that engineering done in the next 6 weeks is very difficult. It may be doable, but it is difficult. But that's our problem. The problem that I face is that we have these roads, and shown in red, which are in a future phase of the development. And those are 18-meter roads that were negotiated during the draft plan approval process. There were discussions on 20-meter roads requirements and 18-meter roads during that period, and we were told to change certain roads from 18 to 20, which we did. Specifically, this road over here was changed to 20 meters. This road over here was changed to 20 meters. So we fulfilled that, and that is a condition of draft plan approval. But we were allowed to use 18 meters before for the remaining roads, the 2 roads that you see in red there. Now, if I have to fulfill the criteria that you have set over here, saying that it has to be submitted by June the 1st, There's no way we could ever do such a large subdivision in the 6 weeks and submit that to you. And that's why my recommendation to the city is that you take into account the phasing of a subdivision that has received draft plan approval. I'm talking about condition where we have already an existing draft plan that has been approved, and you give the senior director of growth management the flexibility to make a decision as to when he or she will implement that criteria for 20-meter roads in there. There are other issues, of course, which he'll also have a jurisdiction and ability to be flexible on. But my specific request is for phasing of a large subdivision, which cannot be met in the timelines that you have proposed. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have on engineering or phasing in there.
Thank you. I have Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And good morning, Addie. I'm sorry I didn't know that you were coming in to specifically speak to this area, or I would have had pulled all my files. If I remember correctly, this whole subdivision, Summit Park, was actually approved before amalgamation by the former township of Glanbrook. My understanding also is on the north side of Rymel Road, since they've discovered and recognized the Aramosa karsts, the Summit Park division had to make concessions for stormwater management so that they don't interfere with the feeder streams. So I can appreciate that the engineering area is a little more delicate than most. But I also understand that this was held back until the trunk came up 56. So that was also why this was later coming in rather than at the beginning, when this all started. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's being done as we speak.
That is under construction right now.
Okay, thank you. So right now, your issue is that during the site plan stage, that the 20-meter roads were highlighted, they were accommodated, but the rest of the streets that you, under that site plan, were 18 meters.
Just the ones that are shown there. This is a collector road, Terryberry. That's a 26-meter road.
26 meter.
Yes. So this is the 20-meter road allowance. This is a 20-meter road allowance.
Right.
This is 18 meters, and this is 18 meters.
18 meters. So in order to match up the rest of the community, so to take Street D, for instance, if you don't mind using your, right below the word Phase 1.
Yes.
And you got a stormwater management pond going to the west of it. So it's not going to continue through. That's not going to continue through.
Yeah.
But Street C, when it connects up with Street C, turning into Street B, that's just above Phase 1, that's where the issue will come. Because now you've got a 20-meter road or an 18-meter road. Now you have to expand it to 20 meters, and that just aesthetically doesn't make sense, but also functionally it doesn't make sense.
It's. I don't think you'll see much from an aesthetic point of view. It may be a little bit of a jog in the road or in the sidewalk, but it's basically the practicality of making those changes from an 18 to a 20.
Okay, thank you for that. And my understanding is that with the discretion of the senior director of growth management and the GM of planning, that this can be exempted from this transition, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're just putting it on record right now that you want to be sure that Street C becomes consistent and Street Y, now what's the one underneath? I? Okay, so the funny street,
Sorry.
the one you want to be consistent with the rest of the community.
Well, as approved by the draft plan, as approved in the draft plan. That's all I ask.
That's all you ask?
I don't want to change anything.
Okay, so I'll ask questions to staff after, and thank you for your presentation. Like I said, I didn't know you were coming forward because I would have seen the site plan. And okay, thank you.
I wasn't planning on coming, but I said I had to bring, I had to put this phasing issue in.
Sorry. Councillor Whitehead?
So, Eddie, my understanding through the chair, you are asking and reinforcing the discretion of the director to make that decision, or have the discretion to make the decision whether it's going to be 18 or 20, based on applications and site plans that have already been approved. But you also, I want to make clear, you're also advocating for what the home builders brought forward in regards to a longer transition period. Is that correct? For the implementation of this.
Okay, the implementation of that, yes, I'm in agreement with what the home builders have brought forward. That would be acceptable. There's also, and I understand that this may come before you, a motion to amend 7.1E in your report, in the recommendations, and that allows for a different time frame. But we're also in support of that, obviously, because that applies for a longer time frame. But we would be prepared to live with the August date that the home builders has put forward.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions? Can I have a motion to receive the report moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Skelly. All in favor? Thank you very much. And thank you very much, and I'm sorry I messed up your name. Next time I'll call you Peter. Now really mess it up. Okay, so that's the end of the presentations, the delegations, that's the word I was looking for. And now we're going to have a presentation by a guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Guy Paparella. It's my privilege today to bring forward the proposed City of Hamilton Comprehensive Development Guidelines and Financial Policies Manual. As has been indicated by previous speakers, this is an important document for the city, and it's taken a couple of years to pull together. Originally, there was direction from, if I can get this, how do we move this stuff? This way? Sorry. Oh, that way. Yeah. I know how to work the remote at home, but this is different. She never gets the remote at home, by the way. But anyway, that's a different story. Never mind.
I'm going to have to share equal time.
Let's focus. Mr. Chairman, the public realm of a city is one of the most important levers for city building and economic prosperity. Great cities from around the world have built their public places and spaces into cultural, social, and economic assets. These concepts for Hamilton as the city moves forward will be critical in building a community that will attract and retain young talent, entrepreneurs, investors, and families wanting a vibrant city offering a great quality of life. One way to achieve these goals and objectives is before City Council today. And the community needs to set high standards for public spaces and municipal infrastructure. Make no mistake, the standards and guidelines we're talking about today are our choice. They're the city's responsibility. The development industry construct municipal infrastructure for us, for the city, for the community. And we own it in perpetuity, not just for a short 2 or 3 year maintenance period. We need to set high standards to enhance community image and livability. As far as this process, has gone. I'm glad the industry is appreciative of the collaborative effort we made. Originally, we retained a consultant to help us get started in the review process. We then quickly formulated a multi-departmental and multidisciplinary technical advisory committee. With your indulgence, these subject experts, most of them are here today. I'd like to introduce them. Tony Sergi, John Morganti, Daryl Smith, Monir Monarensiman, Sally Young Lee, Steve Robichaud, Kathy Plaus, Udo Ehrenberg, Gary Moore, Mark Robinson, Betty Matthews Malone, Mike Field, Joe Speiler, and we also had assistance from our own Utilities Coordinating Committee, which is made up of all the various utilities, including our staff, and Horizon Utilities as well, and the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. I'd also like to thank Amanda Stringer, our sort of editor-in-chief. She'll also be assigned with the task of tracking and monitoring changes. And as the industry has indicated, we'll have an annual update, and probably through a workshop type setting. This document, the culmination of all this effort, is a beginning. It is not an end in itself, and it is a fluid document, as Eddie indicated, that we will be updating on a regular basis. Just now we have a very specific process in terms of how that will happen, rather than an ad hoc manner. It'll be done through a very specific process. We'd also like to thank the development industry, Suzanne Mammal, Adi Irani, Steve Rorda, I probably got that wrong, Steve Spicer, Steve Frankovic, and Carl Gonson for their assistance throughout in trying to make the document better. And it was important for us to have a very collaborative approach in this exercise. In terms of highlights for this the specific document that we have here, it's important to point out that the cumulative effect of a lot of multiple resolutions that have come forward by council, things like the pedestrian mobility plan, complete streets, AODA standard implementation. So all these things were part and parcel of the document now, and we maintained those resolutions as important. We've updated them to make them current. We've tried to make everything as customer focused as possible and user friendly as possible. There is the whole discussion about the 20-meter road allowance. It has been existing in our standard document from June 2006, and we're asking now that it be maintained with both sidewalks on both sides. The minimum clear width will be 1.5 meters, but in front of heavier traffic areas like schools, commercial areas, and so on, they will be a little bit wider, but everything will comply and be consistent with the recommendations that were adopted in the pedestrian mobility plan. So we're trying to be as consistent as possible and build on the existing council direction and resolutions that were put forward. We think the document is clear. We think it provides more certainty, which is very important in making engineering submissions. We think it will save time and expense, and I think that's important to not only the industry but also to staff and council. There is also more defined, consistent construction materials, things like super pave. I learned more about asphalt than I ever wanted to know in this exercise, but these are the kinds of things that I think will hold us in good stead moving forward. In keeping with political correctness, I've been told not to use parking lot items as an issue anymore. We should call it the bike rack items, as issues that are still outstanding that we want to address in the future. So things like the perfect engineering submission were talked about, discussed. We didn't really come to a conclusion on it. Some municipalities like Vaughan have used them successfully with some mixed results. What we mean by perfect engineering submission is we ask the engineer, consulting engineer, to submit, certify that he has met all the guidelines, and where he hasn't, he will outline before or as part of the submission where there are differences. Hopefully that'll save time. In Vaughan, submissions have gone from 4 and 5 different engineering submissions down to 1 or 2 or 3, which also saves time and money. And so we're looking at that again and making sure that it is of benefit before we implement it here. There will also, other departments are working on other documents that we need to either incorporate or link to. The park and community trail design guidelines are being worked on now. The link to the new site plan guidelines that Steve's department is working on over the next year will help us as well and augment the information in the document we have. There's also Horizon Utilities construction guidelines, which they've provided to us, and we will provide a link to those as well. So that utility installations will be more consistent and easier to implement. One of the issues that it came up also was lot grading policy around site-specific site plans or multi-residential areas. We did discuss that. We do have some standards, but we need to augment those and have further discussion on those. So that discussion will continue as over the next few months as we meet on these issues. Things like the developing a menu of techniques that can be used for stormwater that are more low impact development. As you may recall, the AEGD, we started looking at low impact development as one of the principles, and we want to look at ways to do this across the city and in other areas as well. It's a little easier in industrial or employment areas. We're going to see if we can apply it to other public spaces and maybe even residential areas. We're looking at amendments to the zoning bylaw as council has directed regarding parking requirements, especially for single detached units. That'll be coming forward and will form part of this as well as the zoning bylaw. Our financial policies, we use the development charges bylaw, which is coming in 2019 and has just been passed in 2014 as the basis for the financial policies that we have. I think it's important to point out that we've been consistent in their application. If there are changes, they will be brought forward as part of the 2019 DC bylaw. Then, of course, the annual review workshop, which I'm pleased that the industry is appreciative of. That's something I think, again, we have a very specific amendment process. We will be amending the document annually, and we have a person dedicated to keeping track and monitoring changes as they come up instead of doing it in an ad hoc way. In terms of development industry consensus, believe it or not, we had a line-by-line review. It did take months, but it was worth it in the end because the document, I think, speaks for itself. The industry didn't get everything they want, but in the end, it is our standard, and we worked on various things. We compromised on some things, but in most instances, there was consensus for a vast majority of the content. There's acceptance of sidewalks on both sides, which is very important. I think that fulfills a lot of the obligations and resolutions that this council has put forward in the past that will be implemented in the future. We have, again, regularly scheduled meetings to address the bike rack items, the annual workshop, and customer-friendly features in the document itself. It is electronic, so we have electronic access, and there's things called hyperlink transitions where we can actually flip to specific documents that are referred to. So the document looks like it's 300 pages, but it's actually connected to thousands of pages of and drawings of engineering specs, which I won't bore you with, and are quite detailed and extensive. Where we differed primarily was on the right-of-way widths. With sidewalks on both sides, is felt that, and this is a feeling that, and not just a feeling, sorry, but there's support right across the corporation for everyone who was involved in the technical advisory committee, including the utilities committee, that a 20-meter with 2 sidewalks is a better alternative. The 18-meter is just too constricting. I know that's a huge issue for the industry, and the additional space is necessary, we feel, for municipal infrastructure, for trees and tree canopy in the future, hydrants, street lighting, additional space for various utilities, like natural gas, telephone cable, fiber wire, will be accessible and not under a driving surface or a hard surface. And there are more costs, whether it is direct costs in taxes or development charges or in the fees that utilities pay. It is a direct cost to the taxpayer or the constituent in this situation. So I know there's probably questions about what an 18-meter versus a 20-meter look like. The driving, and I hope you can see this, it is in your document. As you can see, the this is the area where it differs substantially, where the utilities are located outside of the sidewalk area, and pavement is essentially the same. And when you look at an 18-meter, you can see that all of that infrastructure is tucked in this area underneath or in the boulevard area where the trees would be, and not as accessible, obviously, as it could be. Joint use utility trenches, again, not popular with the utilities, but that is why they suggested the 20-meter instead of the 18-meter. Now, we have subject experts here from our side. If you wish to ask staff any questions, Gary Moore is here, Betty Matthews-Malone is here, and they're quite supportive of the 20-meter, especially with 2 sidewalks. The 18-meter is just too constricting and tight. It works, but it's very tight and very constricting, and will create issues in the future. So what's next? We'd like, respectfully, for this committee and council, obviously, to adopt the manual. Like we said, it is a beginning, and I think it's a very good step forward in terms of establishing what we need in the public realm. We've had documents in the past, and they were a number of documents that had to be pulled together. This is all contained within one, and we hope that's better. I'm going to skip over transition for a bit because I know that's an issue as well. We're going to conduct, obviously, one of our recommendations is to conduct an annual workshop. We also are looking at ongoing updates that are required through the bike rack items that we identified. And that list will be like an outstanding items list, if you will, that we will continue to discuss at our regular meetings with the industry. Approve exceptions where appropriate. This is very important. There was a recommendation that the Senior Director of Growth Management utilize his authority to grant exceptions for those transitional issues that the industry is talking about. Both Mr. Hollingsworth and Mr. Rani and Suzanne Mammal mentioned that today. We are listening, we've heard that, and we think it's important for them to understand that we want not only the aesthetic aspects to be implemented, but we think that from a technical standpoint, Mr. Sergi can deal with, or his designate can deal with those phasing issues that Addie was talking about, along with the problems with draft plans that have been already approved, if you will, conditionally. And I think we need to start looking at how we transition to something. There's a number of dates that have been floated around. Obviously, the June 1st one that we proposed in this report wasn't sufficient to deal with all the issues we talked about. Ms. Mammal indicated, and Addie also, that August 1st would be better. We've heard from other people in the industry that August 1st is not sufficient time because of summer schedule and other issues that have come up. So we've come up with an alternative, which late yesterday, which we think is something that can be implemented. We felt it important to set a target for implementation rather than just have a date sometime in the far future. We wanted to set at least a reasonable date that gave both staff and the industry time to accommodate what they need. So we felt the proposed wording of that has been given to you. I understand Councillor Collins is looking forward to putting this forward as an amendment, that all development applications that have received draft plan approval or are declared a complete submission prior to April 27th, which is the council meeting next week, we're assuming that this will move forward. The current engineering guidelines and design standards shall apply. So the grandfathering that I think the industry is looking for will be incorporated as part of that. Provided, however, and I think it puts the feet of all involved to the fire a little bit, we'd like to see first submissions received on or prior to June 1st of 2017. That gives everybody just over a year to get everything together and make their submissions. I think there's a handful of applications where this would apply to, so I think we can deal with those specifically. And as Councillor Johnson and Addie have discussed, there's applications that are already gone through the system. People are aware. Technical information has already been supplied, so it's a matter of putting forward a first submission rather than have them rush it in by August 1st. Let's give them sufficient time so that we get appropriate submissions that don't take staff time and cost to resubmit and get into 5-6 submissions of things. Not that Addie ever does that, but it's important, I think, for us to allow sufficient time. I think that year will give everybody time, and it doesn't mean that if somebody's short by a month or 2 months that we can't bring that forward and have the senior director use some discretion to say, you know, you're close enough, let's allow that to happen as well. So I think we think it's important to have that discretion. We think it's important to have that flexibility. So we're listening to what the industry is saying, and we want to honor the conditional draft approvals that are out there. But at some point, we have to target a move to the new standard, a move to something that we think is important in the public realm for the city moving forward. So that's my presentation today, Mr. Chairman. And if you have any questions for myself or all the subject experts assembled here today, by all means, we're here at your service.
Thank you. First, I have Councillor Whitehead.
Mr. Chair, just a couple of questions, Guy. In the home builders, many neighboring municipalities implemented 2 sidewalks on much smaller road allowances. In a presentation made October 15, 2015 in the Planning Committee, examples provided include Kitchener, Milton, Markham, Burlington, and Oakville, all municipalities the city considers when reviewing policies from best practice perspective. In fact, some of these municipalities have a smaller than 18 in width while still accommodating 2 sidewalks. It's all in keeping with places to grow and intensification targets, etc. How do you respond to that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think from our standpoint, and we reviewed all those, and we've actually spoken to those municipalities that have those standards. And the problem with some of these things is once you implement them, it's very difficult to change after. From our standpoint, the 20-meter road allowance has been something we've been incorporating, again, prior to 2006, but the standard that's in our document right now is from 2006. So the 18-meter was a modified one with 1 sidewalk that we were implementing in certain situations. When we go to 2 sidewalks, it gets much more constricted, and it's difficult to look at where the utilities are located, just all the things that we were speaking about in terms of trees and tree canopies and all the other operational aspects, even snow removal and storage and so on. They all become more constricted. It's possible, but it's not something that's favorable. I know Gary Moore is quite adamant about not having the 18-meter, and I think he influenced a lot of our thinking in that regard. So we don't have to be the same as everybody else, and I think in our situation, in speaking to a lot of the municipalities, if they had a chance to do it over again, they wouldn't implement it in as many different situations. Again, this is anecdotal. It's not scientific information, just speaking to counterparts in these municipalities. In some areas, I'm not saying there's regret, but there isn't a huge outcry from people saying, they want 16, for example. That is very difficult for us to accept in a public right-of-way. It happens in certain situations for condos and things of that nature, but when you're dealing with the public realm, we want to try and maintain a higher standard. There's nothing wrong with that for us, and I think as a group, all the technical people involved support the 20-meter. In terms of density, it takes 10 or 11 streets for an additional row of housing to be located in that circumstance. I think we can gain density in other areas. We don't have to have as much coverage on the ground. The engineers are very sensitive, as council is, to flooding issues, drainage issues. The tighter everything gets, the more difficult it is to accommodate. Theoretically, it works on paper, but we've found in practice sometimes even newer developments up in Bimbrook, as Councillor Johnson can attest, when things are tighter, it becomes more difficult. It can become an issue. So we have to find a balance, and for us, we feel maintaining the 20-meter is a better approach going forward. It gives us a little more space for all those things that we talked about, and technically we think it's better and a higher standard for Hamilton.
So, but I'm looking at the whole picture, and that's also about tax generation, revenue generation, right directly back to the community. So when you accumulate these kinds of additional land, what in fact you're doing is eliminating the optimization, which is consistent with places to grow, of the infrastructures in place to provide more housing that would generate not only more jobs, but would generate more tax base and optimizing the infrastructures that's in place. So you are giving something up. Is that correct?
As we've indicated to the industry, and as the industry is indicated to us, there isn't any real hard data on exactly how much money it costs and how much money we actually gain in revenue in those types of circumstances. Sure, if you look at it simplistically and say we have fewer houses, we have fewer lots, therefore it'll be less revenue. There's also less cost to us too in those circumstances. So I think you have to look at the net costs and the net benefit of what you're trying to achieve. Again, 2 sidewalks. It's better for pedestrian mobility. Is that the kind of city you want going forward? How is it best to accommodate those? We have a lot of resolutions, a lot of different things moving forward. Complete streets are something we want to promote. It has a huge impact on the aesthetic and community image, livability. These are things that we think we need to protect as principles, and one of the ways to do that, is to maintain our road allowance the way we have proposed.
So can I ask then, because I need to understand when you indicate that, there's a heck of a lot more community that currently exists than what is being newly built. So when I look at the subdivision I live in, or Cranbrook, or Macintosh, or Regent, or those aren't 20 meters, are they? And they got sidewalks on both sides.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I don't know what street you're speaking of.
You're looking at the standards.
No, there are standards that have changed over the last 50, 60 years. There are streets that are less than 18 meters with alleyways and no front yards and things of that nature. I think what we're saying is moving forward for new development, this is what we would like to see, and we can gain density in other forms of development. Where it gets constricting is with single family especially and townhouses. So we need to start looking at different ways to accommodate density besides a single lot format, which has created a tighter and more constricted situation as lots have got smaller and smaller and smaller. And when you start doing this with the road allowance, you end up, again, it's 2 meters, but it is a tightening of the situation even more. So
I guess I want to differentiate and have a clear understanding what this is really about, so that the layperson or the media or anyone else may be watching could distinguish between what the rationale is around the 20 meters and what really, in effect, how you would, in practical terms, see that when you're walking and so forth. When I look at majority of the neighborhoods on the mountain, they have 2 sidewalks. They've been built under the current and past standards, which was lower than the 20 meters, and they've been functioning very well. So as far as accommodating 2 sidewalks on a street that's less than 20 meters, and from a layperson's point of view or a residential point of view, there's no real difference in regards to the functionality of those sidewalks or those neighborhoods. Now what we're doing is going to new development and saying we want more than what currently exists in everywhere else in the community that had the lower standard. So I want to make that clear. That's what we're doing. But as far as 2 sidewalks, I don't think I'm not certainly disputing that that's a standard I want. I think that's something that we need to be doing for the reasons that you talked about. So this really isn't about 2 sidewalks as much as it's about the utility issues that you have identified and moving. Like, I want to really focus on what the real issue is, because we can do 2 sidewalks for years at a lower standard. So this is really about moving utilities outside of the paved area, so there's a lesser cost of there's digs or other challenges with those utilities. Is that not the primary driving factor? And I think you mentioned snow too, so let's throw that in there in regards to the boulevard. Those are the 2 major drivers. It's not really the dual sidewalk issue. It's really about places to put the snow and utilities.
Just quick, Tony Sergi has a comment, might answer your question, so I'm going to let Tony.
Through the Deputy Mayor. Guy, if you could put back up the 20-meter right-of-way. Councillor, most of the West Mountain is 20-meter right-of-ways. What the confusing issue may be is that there has been an extensive evolution of what that corridor looks like in terms of the pavement, mountable curbs at one time. I think some of them, like Councillor Jackson and yourself, have those mountable curbs, and that was to deal with the sidewalks were adjacent. And the mountable curbs became a problem because of the types of cars that were being built, and the spoilers were getting hit on it. So we moved the sidewalks away from the curbs to provide room for snow storage. From the operational perspective, when the sidewalks were adjacent to the curb, the snow plows would be piling the snow on top of the sidewalk. So we're trying to provide a balance for what everybody's needs are. Mountable curbs were a constant complaint. We've had to initiate programs to get rid of mountable curbs because we didn't know where all the driveway locations were going to be. We adopted two-stage curbs. Operationally, we need to give them room for snow and for trees because we try to provide a canopy in trees. Some of the former municipalities put the trees on private lands. Didn't give us all the control. What we're trying to do is find a balance here for everybody. Most of the city streets in Stony Creek and Ancaster and Hamilton Mountain were all 20-meter road allowances. The only thing that you see is shifting is exactly where the infrastructure is exactly located. What we're saying here is that, and Guy pointed out, was that we're trying to be fair and reasonable as it relates to the future costs to the consumer, whether it's hydro, that we have to pay those costs, or operation for snow, or the convenience for the smooth transition from the road to the driveways. And this is the cross-section that we felt was the best one. So what you see on your street, McIntosh, it is a 20-meter right-of-way. If you go back and look at where all the water service barrels are, that is typically the right-of-way location, which is what everybody, a lot of the residents think it's their property behind the sidewalks, but typically there's regional or city lands in those locations to comprise that entire 20-meter right-of-way. The pavement, it hasn't changed. The asphalt surface has not changed. What we're talking about is how we're accommodating everything behind the curbs. I hope that provides some clarity.
So then help me understand why we would need to change the standard that we've been operating on if it's always been 20 meters. Help me understand why we've been having this discussion if everything we've built in the past has been at a 20-meter standard.
So through the chair to the councillor, that's a very good question. In 2003, when we adopted new sidewalk policies, and at that time it was to provide sidewalks on arterial roads, both sides at a clear distance away from the edge of pavement, 3.75 meters, I believe, and on the local streets where they connected, we required a 20-meter road allowance. If it went into a cul-de-sac or a crescent, we said, you know, there's reason some municipalities had 60 units or 120 units, one sidewalk on one side. Our standards, as they were approved in 2003, had an 18-meter road allowance and a 20-meter road allowance. The 20-meter road allowance is what Guy is showing, accommodated the sidewalks on both sides. What we're saying is once we pass the pedestrian mobility plan, we want to have sidewalks on both sides. We want to accommodate it. We're just reconfirming the standard that was approved back in 2003. Gary's not listening to me. He was part of that group where we actually went through with all the operational groups and determined what size radiuses we needed, what size cul-de-sacs we needed to accommodate this. So we're not creating a new standard. We're just reconfirming that we're going back to what we think is the best standard at the time. Understanding that, yes, it's going to have 2 more meters of land, but that's what was accommodated previously, and we're just going back to that. Sidewalks both sides, we want 20 meters.
So those are all the questions I have on that front because I think that provides more clarity, and I'm glad I was able to ask those questions because we want to make sure that people understand what is really happening here. So on the other side, I'm going to have to ask this question because it's about standards. So we are creating standards for all new build in regards to accommodating 2 sidewalks, yet it appears that we don't have that standard with current roadways that exist within the urban boundary. Would I be safe to say that?
Somebody?
Go ahead, Tony. maybe Tony Sergi can answer that.
Through the chair to the councillor, these standards are new development going forward. We have locations throughout the city with varying widths based on when they came through. I could tell you I have locations when I was in Public Works that I had to go reconstruct where there's 15 and 16 meter right-of-ways. We've had to string above ground water mains to accommodate sewer relocations or upgrades. So there is locations, yes. There's sidewalks on one side, there's sidewalks on both sides, there's sidewalks adjacent to there. We've shoehorned in what we can accommodate based on the lands that we own or what was provided at the time of the developments.
So is it safe to say, though, anything 18 meters or over, that our current policy and standard outside of new development is to accommodate 2 sidewalks?
My esteemed colleague, Mr. Morris, says we try our best to fit everything in to the roadway that we have to ensure that we provide multi-use pathways, sidewalks, trees, canopies, especially when we have to go back and urbanize these roads. In some cases, you have very limitations on what you can provide based on what's within that corridor, because we do not want to start yanking out mature trees and things like that. So every time, as Addie said, it's not written in stone. You have to assess and adapt to the conditions that are in front of you.
Okay, so best efforts then. Would that be correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would call it good valued engineering assessment based on what you have.
All right, Tony.
I know I could rely on Tony. I know I could rely on Tony. Okay, so the other question I had asked earlier, Guy, because you talked about the ODA and what's it called, the Ontario Disability Act, being part of the consultation. Yet the question I asked earlier, even though we're asking for or codifying the 20-meter road allowance, the sidewalks and the pavement aren't going to be not going to be any wider. Is that sufficient, or was there any discussion on whether the sidewalks should be slightly wider than they currently are? Because we do get complaints when people, especially in a scooter or 2 seniors going down a sidewalk, there's not enough room to accommodate both individuals.
What we did through you, Mr. Chairman, is the accommodate, and we were consistent with what you adopted in the pedestrian mobility plan. There was a chart on one of the pages where it actually indicated on a residential street it would be 1.5 meters, and in front of schools it would be 2 meters, in front of different commercial higher traffic areas, arterials and whatnot, they'd be of a certain width, and we just accommodated that as part of this to be consistent rather than raise the issue again. So, and that was all vetted through and Steve's here, Malloy, to confirm that it was all vetted through AODA and as well through the our disabilities
so you're saying
subcommittee.
The plan is already in place relative to the matrix that you.
And we just incorporated them and made sure that they were entrenched in the document going forward. Yes.
Perfect. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brenda Johnson. Our Councillor Brenda Johnson. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Guy, for leaving this on this particular slide. The bottom one, approve exceptions where appropriate. You heard my conversation with Addie, and there's a specific project that's in the works. So Street C has already been approved for 18 meters. When they continue on Street C, in your professional opinion, it makes sense to continue it on at the same width and not try to widen it because of the new standard.
Through Mr. Chairman, yes, in discussions with Tony on Tony Sergi on this aspect, we want to make sure that we honor the draft approvals to the largest extent possible, especially if they're phased development like the one that
I hear you, Guy.
we wanted to honor the draft approvals, and especially those that are phased like the one that Mr. Rani put up for Summit Park. So on the surface, clearly we don't want the aesthetic to look odd or change dramatically. If a sidewalk has to be extended from mid-block to the corner, then we'll ask for that portion. But, we're not dramatically changing the road pattern, for example. That has a dramatic effect on lotting and all the rest of the aesthetics in the community. So I think that discretion goes as far as, and that flexibility goes as far as what makes sense and what makes sense from an engineering standpoint as well. If the road grades are a certain way, we're not going to change them. All the sewer grades and so on underground, we can't reinvent all that stuff to a more to the new standard. There's a lot of work that has already occurred in those areas. We want to make sure that if that work has been done and it's justified, that we try and accommodate that as much as possible. Having said that, if there are new things that we can incorporate without too much trouble, for example, construction materials, the asphalt, the super pave versus something that technically can be implemented that gets us closer to what we're trying to achieve in the standard, then we'll be looking at that. But we're not going to try and reinvent the whole subdivision, especially if they're draft approved or in a phase situation like that example.
Okay, thank you. So just for the record, I think Addie and I can both walk away knowing that this community is going to be constructed as planned, as approved, going forward.
It's gone to the public, and we really want to try and support and maintain that consistency and that commitment.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, I'm fully supportive of the 20 meters. There's no question. But I kind of wonder if that you are looking at this 20 meter coming forward. You've said it's been years in the making. Then why was it approved for 18 meters in the first place if your argument is that they should all be 20?
I think, Mr. Chairman, we did have a bit of a vacuum for a few years while we were working on this. We tried to, look at certain situations. You can see that it's not holus bolus across the whole subdivision. That example that Addie put up, it is just for certain situations. They're very small streets or small crescents. So we tried to look at it just to give an example of how it would work. I think what we're trying to do now is set the standard for the future moving forward from here. So there was a transition period, if you will, where there was a bit of a vacuum, and we looked at trying it on for size, I guess, in certain areas. And in certain circumstances, it was fine. In other circumstances, it wasn't. But our operations people really felt that it was better to set a higher standard from this point forward, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, thank you for that, because it is a little confusing that we've gotten approval that just happened, as Addie said, 2 weeks ago, and we've got a mixed bag of 20 meters, 18 meters. So it's good to know that we're going to shoot for 20 meters going forward. I totally agree with that. So those are my questions right now. So I think I got this on record that we are going to honor the rest of the site plan that was put forward with this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Guy, tremendous presentation, massive 200-page guidelines document here that you and your team have put together. Forgive me if I'm going to ask a couple of questions in my own words, Guy, just to be clear. This is more about underground infrastructure, or is this about above-ground infrastructure, primarily, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Guy?
Through Mr. Chairman, it's actually both. If I can direct you to the document itself, you can see it deals with the type of approval we're talking about, subdivisions and site plans, and the process by which we approve these developments. Okay. And the specific items and design criteria that we wish to incorporate in those approvals include roads, water mains, sanitary sewers, stormwater management, which is above and below ground, erosion and sediment control, other development impacts like noise and whatnot, street lighting, utilities, which is primarily underground, but you have some aspects that are above ground. Lot grading, which is above ground and below ground when you're dealing with catch basins and whatnot. Even Canada Post installations, which is dear to our hearts, and all the financial policies related to that, so that we can implement those approvals. So we try to make it, as the word says, comprehensive as possible. And like I said, it is a beginning. It is something that we can now use as a touchstone and continue to move forward to improve the document over time, add links to other documents that are of similar design criteria as we go forward. And, hopefully it's a living thing that, and we continue to work collaboratively with the industry to improve it over time.
Thanks, Guy. And I'm impressed, as I was with development charges review and study and some of these very contentious policy evolutions. I'm very impressed, more or less overall, with how you and our management team, Tony Sergi, even what Steve Roba showed in planning, you key players in the growth area, planning, public works, how you do your best to consult with the industry, citizens at large, any comments they might have. But given the Triple HBA, the Hamilton Halton Home Builders Association, the important part they play in our community in terms of jobs, in terms of tax, in terms of, I think, our new build, whether it's infill developments and or new growth, I think our city is one of the best and hottest markets in Ontario. I'm not talking about resale. I'm just talking about whether new build, either infill, intensification in urban areas, and or the new growth. So the fact that I haven't had a lot of pushback other than respectfully to the three presenters today, I think speaks volumes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of, Guy, how you and Tony and your team have done your best to consult. Just to be clear again, Guy, these new guidelines and report 7.1 from you that we'll be debating in a few minutes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Again, this is about new growth. This is not about reconstruction of existing roads and urban areas. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Guy, just for a definitive comment.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And under 7, Mr. Deputy Mayor, do you want me to wait till we get to 7.1, or with Guy here and Tony, I just wanted to, with a little bit of leeway, please, just quickly because it's germane. Under 7.1, Part D, it says, where appropriate, the Senior Director of Growth Management or designate may approve exceptions to the requirements of your new document. So again, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Guy or Director Sergi, that does allow, again, in spite of the approval moving forward and the one-year timeline for transition, once it's in place, where appropriate, that gives Director Sergi some latitude and leeway. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Guy or Tony.
Through Mr. Chairman, I could probably speak for Mr. Sergi on this. We had long discussions about it, and in fact, we want to make sure that we have a target for implementation, but at the same time accommodate the commitments we've made through draft approvals. Anybody's in the system right now, and we've been working with, in some cases, for a couple of years. We have to honor that relationship and that discussion and make sure that we implement what Council has seen through public meetings and what they have submitted to us in terms of technical submissions.
And Guy, in that most extreme case, and let's face it, the world we live in isn't black and white. So in the most extreme, that extreme case where in a new growth area, new subdivision, and homeowners by overwhelming majority are either against the current plan of subdivision in terms of sidewalk, whatever the issue might be, ultimately Council still, as the final arbiter, can still make that exception to a particular plan of subdivision if brought forward. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Guy, please.
Through Mr. Chairman, if there obviously is a public meeting on a subdivision, a new application, council always has that discretion to modify and change if they see fit at that occasion.
And lastly, Guy, you mentioned on one of your slides, lot grading policy for site plans / multi-residential. Is this to avoid from the past where we've had subdivisions approved, 2-3-year warranties, everybody's now moved into the neighborhood, living, working, playing, going to school, whatever the case is, and homeowners have subsequently, years later, changed the lot grading, causing civil strife between homeowners and looking to the city to try to be referee and to intervene. Is that or am I on, or is this something entirely different, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
It's not intended to address that, but indirectly it could help in that situation. What we're talking about is blocks of land that have been set aside, for example, in a plan of subdivision for a commercial purpose or for a school or for future condo development, townhouse, apartment or something. There's very specific and unique lot grading requirements that may need to be incorporated into that so that it fits into the neighborhood properly. Sometimes it's dealt with afterwards and not part of a plan of subdivision, if you will. So I think it's important for us to address that specifically and customize the kinds of principles we want for lot grading in those circumstances. So indirectly it could help, especially if you're abutting the backside of these blocks. Yes, it could help in that circumstance.
Okay, Guy, thank you for the answers. And with Councillor Collins's eventual amendment, I'm happy to support 7.1 and with the new document. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Guy, for this presentation. It's between that and the questions has cleared up a few things for me. I know this is geared to new builds, but I think my question is, how much will this have to do with, for instance, when we're reconstructing streets in older areas and looking at areas where there have only been one sidewalks? Are people going to be required to have two sidewalks from us? Can someone answer that?
I think Mr. Moore want to speak on that for your entertainment.
And he knows what I'm talking about.
Yes. Thank you. Through the chair, that's a case on a case-by-case basis. There's going to be, like you say, streets that we come in to reconstruct that only have sidewalks on one side. If we can accommodate the sidewalk on both sides, that will be the target. Obviously, if we're mature trees or it's a narrower right-of-way from historical past laneways and alleys and those types of things, and we're not able to accommodate, we'll do our value engineered, what was that term? Value engineered assessment to achieve the right mix.
Okay, thank you. And so I have another question, and it involves the size of the lots. And so it seems to me that this is going to reduce the footprint of buildable area on a standard residential lot by about 10 feet, because where they might need a 25-foot front yard and a 25-foot backyard, we're taking an additional 10 feet. That's what it sounds like to me. So I would just like to have some clarification on that. Did that ever get discussed? Am I correct?
Through Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Robichaud can jump in any time since he's the keeper of the zoning bylaws, but the zoning provisions still exist. This is a road allowance between lots that will occur. So the zoning isn't changing as far as this document is concerned. I don't know if Steve wants to make any comments regarding it or the impact it might have. We're not taking anything more from lots. You might get proposals to reduce the size of a lot, but again, that'll be before council to decide and discuss in a public setting. But that's not the intent of this. if you get my meaning, the road allowance will be, 20 meters, but the zones for each of the lots on either side, for example, the zoning stays the same unless someone brings forward a modification or an amendment, which you have the discretion to approve or not.
I may not have been clear. I wasn't asking about whether it changed any zoning. What I was wondering is whether during the discussions that took place about this, whether it came up that if we used to have an 18, and I do appreciate the conversation that went on here, that traditionally a lot of it is 20 meters already, but that if people are developing subdivisions thinking that they can put in 18 meters today, and we're saying, no, now going forward, you're going to have to give us 20 meters. That's taking it out of 100 foot. I mean, there's only so much land, so if they figured it out at 18 with 100-foot lots, you're going to have to am I getting too...
Through Mr. Chairman, I think that, any applications that are in play right now, they fall into that transition area, which we'll obviously try and accommodate and use our discretion as much as possible. But going forward from that, as of next June 1st of 2017, yes, any new applications coming forward will have to come in using the new standards, and anything after next Wednesday, if this council chooses to approve this document, any new applications will have to be done on that basis.
And I think that's where I'm going with. Yeah. If someone owns a piece of property now, hasn't put in their application, but has been planning to use X number of hectares or acres for development, and they've got it figured out, they just haven't got the whole thing engineered, and they're looking at...
So they haven't applied, to be clear, they haven't applied yet?
Yes, they have not applied.
Okay.
So it'll be going forward, new builds, new development. They are going to lose an extra 10 feet, 2 meters, out of the land that was available for their 100-foot lots, which may affect how many lots they can have.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, they're going to lose part of the footprint that's available for the building of the home. So either the home may have to be smaller, or they may have to adjust the size of their lots. And so I guess what I'm really asking is, was that ever brought up? Did anyone discuss that in the development of these plans? Yeah. Is it a concern?
Well, clearly it's a concern, Mr. Chairman, for the industry. I mean, they don't want to lose lots or area and density. And I think Ms. Memo mentioned that as part of her presentation, and it's before you to decide, which way to go in that circumstance. So we've put our case forward from a technical standpoint in the public interest, and obviously the industry has put their opinions on the table from a private sector standpoint. So, that's where the debate lies.
Okay, I have one more question, and I think what I'd like to know is, we're talking about design and new builds here, and we're talking about increasing the required road allowance right-of-way to the standard of 20 meters. And so when I look at the diagram about the 20 meters, I'm not seeing anything there that talks to bike lanes. And I'm not suggesting that every single street may need a bike lane or not. I guess what I'm asking is whether there was any discussion about how bike lanes are going to fit into some of that. When we're working toward complete streets, it seems that when we're talking about new developments, we should be discussing something to do with bike lanes. It may be there. I have not read every word of the 200 or so pages that was put on my desk, but I did skim through it, and I didn't see anything about that. So I just would like to put that question out and have someone tell me whether there was any discussion about that.
There is discussion. There's various cross-sections for various types of roads, whether it's a local road or a collector or an arterial road. And within each one of those, there's accommodation for bike lanes, for example. In the local, there isn't anything on the diagram, but if, we need to accommodate it, the pavement width is the same, and we can do so. But I think our policy is to look more at collectors and arterials to accommodate our bike plans and our bike lane plans and things of that nature. So that hasn't changed.
Okay. Thanks very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay. See no more questions. I have a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Good. Now, Councillor Collins, you have a motion to amend report PED 12165A. Is that right?
I do, and I believe everyone has it in front of them. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marula that subsection E to item 7.1 of the same report respecting the Comprehensive Development Guidelines and Financial Policies Manual be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following in lieu thereof. And you have that before you. And it will strike out the area in section E and be replaced with a new section E that says that for all development applications that have received draft plan approval or are declared a complete submission prior to April 27, 2016, the current engineering guidelines and design standards shall apply, provided the first engineering submission is received on or prior to June 1, 2017, and where possible, revised or new construction specifications and practices shall be accommodated in all development approvals.
Would you like to talk to it, or is it pretty clear? But
I think Guy sufficiently covered that off in his presentation, and I believe Guy and or Tony Sergi would be available to answer any questions on the revision.
Has there anybody have any questions on that amendment? Okay. So we have a motion to approve the report as amended. And the motion was from Councillor Collins? Well, you're absolutely right. I have a motion to approve the amendment, and you've had a seconder. All in favor? Thank you. Now may I have a motion to approve the report as amended by Councillor Marilla and Councillor Collins. All in favor? Thank you. And I'd like to ask, Chris Murray has asked if you could just have a minute or two to respond to the report and to the people involved. So, Chris?
Sure. Thank you very much, Chairman Connolly. Just, as I sit here and I think about all the effort that has gone into our Open for Business program, and I think about this document, you have to put this document in the same league as your rural official plan, your urban official plan, your DC background study, your new zoning bylaw. This is a major accomplishment. And I have to thank our staff. I mean, again, this isn't one department, this is 3 departments. This is the money, the engineering, and the planning coming together. This isn't just about the big players. This is about the big players and the small players. It's not just about residential, it's about everything that we do. So when we say we're open for business, what we're saying is that we're in the business of certainty. This document is as comprehensive as of any of its form that I'm aware of in Ontario, and I was just asking Mr. Arani in terms of his experience. A lot of municipalities have standards. Sometimes those standards are in people's heads, they're in people's files. You never see something as comprehensive as this. So whether you've been doing development in this community for decades or you're new to Hamilton, the fact that this is established the way it is, and I hear guys say it's a start. It's more than a start. And I realize the media will not cover this because this is not one of those things that you would deem sexy, but this is so fundamental to our business that the fact that you've approved it the way you've approved it and you see the value in it is huge. And I just want to thank all the people, and not just the individuals that were named by Guy, but all the frontline workers that are part of this, that understand what this process means. This, I think, is a massive achievement for us, and it'll probably fly under the radar, unfortunately. But this is one of those things where, when they say about, are you open for business, and we heard the comments before we roll out the red tape. What you're rolling out here today is some certainty in terms of our expectations. And there's more work going on at the Open for Business table in terms of how we unfold our process. So I'm incredibly proud of the folks that have done this work off the corner of their desks while they're trying to keep the show on the road, keep people in the seats doing the good work. And so it's just a massive accomplishment for them, and I have nothing but applause for their efforts, and thank Council for supporting it the way that you do. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris. I have Monica Sorello to present a presentation on River.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of committee, Monica's here to do an overview of the proposal that we're bringing forward on the licensing of Uber. If you recall, this committee asked us to come back to committee and develop and bring forward a licensing category that would create a level playing field for the taxi industry while ensuring operators of Uber and like ride-sharing applications are licensed to ensure consumer protection and public safety. So what we're going to show you today is our proposal. And then from this point on, we're going to move forward into public consultation, and we hope to bring back something to committee in the fall after we've had full public consultation. So I'll ask Monica to go ahead with the presentation. I'll be here to assist Monica in answering any questions after the presentation.
Monica, you got the floor.
Thank you, Ken. So good morning. As Ken mentioned, my name is Monica Ciriello. I am the Senior Project Manager in the Licensing Division. And today I am here to discuss how we envision regulating this evolving transportation industry. We believe that it is best done through a separate personal transportation provider licensing category. In addition, I will be discussing the next steps the Licensing Division will be taking over the summer months regarding public consultations on this category. So the recent introduction of rideshare applications using an app to connect passengers with drivers using their personal vehicles has caused a rapid shift in any industry, and it can lead to tension, but it can also lead to innovation. Taxi and ride service apps offer similar services, but ride apps have responded to different consumer demands. App users can instantly see nearby vehicles, receive an estimated fare to their destination. They can book a ride knowing the wait time in advance. And prior to making a selection, the user can see the vehicle and the driver ratings. Addressing and regulating these differences is best suited for a separate schedule. So these companies, the Ubers, the Lyfts, the Halos, they're showing no signs of slowing down. Uber alone is in 61 countries around the world, with its launch date in Hamilton in July 2015. A snapshot within our own city between January and March of this year shows that there were 513 active Uber drivers and over 12,000 active riders. Now, to be clear, these app users, both the riders and the drivers, have been operating within an unlicensed, unregulated system. Given how recently and how quickly these new market participants have come to be, there are few municipality frameworks in place for these companies. In addition, there is no specific provincial legislation that establishes a municipal consistency across the board. Therefore, each municipality is attempting to address and understand each municipality is attempting to address and develop a framework to address the industry changes with the lens towards public safety and consumer protection in a manner that reflects the community. So 4 municipalities in Canada have recently presented and/or enacted new regulatory frameworks: Edmonton, Ottawa, Toronto, and Calgary. At the time the report was complete, it was only Edmonton and Calgary, but this presentation will address all 4. So as seen on the slide, Edmonton and Calgary have taken different approaches to regulations. At its core, the difference is in the licensing structure. The City of Edmonton licenses the dispatcher or the broker, called the personal transportation provider, with either a commercial PTP license if the company has over 200 vehicles, or a regional PTP license if the company has over or under 200 vehicles. It is the PTP that will pay the annual flat fee and the per trip fee. The bylaw was approved by council, and the city is waiting for the appropriate insurance to be released. The City of Calgary took a different approach. Their approach is to review and approve the application itself. The drivers must use a city-approved app, and from there, the drivers and the transportation network companies, as they're called there, will be required to have a municipal license. The fee is incurred by both the driver and the TNC. So moving on to Ontario, as of April 13th, Ottawa is the only city in Ontario to approve ride company regulations. The city followed in the footsteps of Edmonton, creating a licensing category for personal transportation companies, or PTCs. It will be the PTCs that will be licensed by the city and will pay the per-trip fee and an annual fee, which will vary depending on the amount of vehicles within the company. Toronto is at the proposal stage and has yet to appear before council, but their approach mimics that of Edmonton and Ottawa, again licensing the PTCs, or the personal transportation companies, not the drivers. The fee structure in Toronto is unique given the demand and the volume of drivers within the city. They have chosen to charge the PTC a non-refundable initial licensing fee, an annual license fee of $10 per PTC vehicle, and a per-trip fee. This proposal will be before council in early May. So what is clear is that these app companies are here to stay. The public wants options, they want choice, and they want adequate protection. So what do we need to do? To ensure public safety and consumer protection is met, a separate licensing proposal will be brought forward for stakeholder consultations this summer. Simultaneously, stakeholder consultations will be held with the taxi industry to also reduce the regulatory burdens to allow for competition. So this is how we envision the regulations in Hamilton. It is the core proposal we'll be taking out to the community this summer for discussion. Our proposal is to draft a separate standalone PTP licensing schedule. It will be modeled after Edmonton, Ottawa, and Toronto, with the modifications appropriate to meet Hamilton's needs. The schedule will create two PTP categories, as seen on the slide: commercial PTP if there is over 50 vehicles, and an independent PTP if the company has under 50 vehicles. The city would collect an annual license fee and a cost per trip fee. Hamilton police service checks would also be required for all drivers. The city would do spot audits on PTP's data, such as GPS, date, time, drivers on the road, etc. The city would accept an annual safety MTO to permit PTP vehicles on the road. This would in turn turn into an enforcement tool, as municipal officers could demand drivers to produce the certificate on demand. In addition, our municipal officers would have the authority to have the vehicle attend the municipal garage for inspection. The city will require markings on all PTP vehicles on the front windshield. The commercial PTPs would be required to provide for the markings, and the city would provide for the independent PTPs to ensure consistency. Training would not be a requirement by the city. The PTPs would be responsible if there was any training for their drivers. The commercial and independent PTP fees and cost per trip fees could be used to fund an FTE that will proactively enforce our PTP schedule, meaning both the PTPs themselves and the drivers. This will be done through spot checks, auditing the data, and undercover work. The beauty of this structure is that the city maintains in the position to suspend and/or cancel drivers' licenses. In addition, if we find out that one of the drivers are still on the road and driving within the city, we can issue violation tickets or put conditions or cancel the PTP license itself. Holding stakeholder consultations and drafting a new licensing schedule allows for the perfect opportunity to re-examine Schedule 25, our current taxi cab licensing category, to allow for competition. In other municipalities, it has been recommended to lower the cost of the taxi license, waive the accessible taxi license fee, eliminate the requirement for the taxi education program, and allow pre-arranged rides to be set at a rate lower than the maximum within the bylaw. All of these will be discussed with the objective to retain only those regulations that are necessary and serve a municipal purpose. The discussion results are expected to come forward in fall 2016. So this is only the beginning of the conversation that we will be having. Following this meeting, the licensing division will begin conducting public consultations regarding the PTP schedule, the taxi cab schedule. Telephone surveys will be completed, and a city email would be established to ensure that we communicate with all those that want to share their opinion within the community. The results are expected to be presented in fall 2016 and will help inform committee of the community discussions as it relates to transportation within the city of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a pretty extensive list of questions, so we'll start with Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you for the presentation. One of the premises that we haven't talked about and you haven't covered here is the fact that the evolution of the regulations in the taxi industry were evolved over experiences with the delivery of the service. And a lot of the regulations, the training, those were best practices based on issues that evolved over time. They're no less real in regards to need. Now, with one stroke of the brush, you're now trying to eliminate some of those needs that were based on best practices. So I'm going to give you an example. I need a response. We don't allow, in fact, we have a licensing committee. So if a driver, even though you're provided the information, it's just not about, it's not all about just abstracts. If you have a driver that is discriminatory or refuses to pick up, there's consequences. So I'm trying to understand in this society of human rights and the fact that we have training to ensure that our drivers understand the responsibilities within those frameworks. How do we ensure that the Uber driver falls under the same mantra without training?
To respond to you, Councillor, first of all, right across the country, there is a movement of the deregulation of the taxi industry. And so even in Toronto, as they're moving forward to this new licensing regime, they're looking at eliminating the training that is involved. Right now, Uber and ride-like share people are not regulated. And so you could have discrimination out there right now, and you could have people not picking up rides. So the fact that we're moving forward with a separate schedule now gives us the authority for consumer protection and public safety. So if we do find a driver that is discriminating, we could hold the ride-sharing company accountable and also the driver. And if we find someone that is discriminating, let's say they're part of Uber and they're discriminating, and we say that person should not be working for you anymore and they continue to operate, then we actually could take that corporation back to the tribunal and hold them accountable. So the licensing regime that we're proposing in this new schedule gives us the teeth and the authority, because right now we have none.
Well, right now we do with the taxi industry. Let's be clear. Those mechanisms are already in place with the taxi industry. The problem is they're not in place with the Uber industry. So back to the evolution of why we have the regulations and the training in place. It just wasn't that we wanted to make it more difficult for the taxi industry. We did it for a reason. We did it to protect the consumer. We did it to ensure that there's equitable service in this community without leaving any race, color, transsexual, whatever, left behind. So I want to know if we're no longer doing training. The taxi industry has been pretty good. They've had the training, but now we're just going to wipe that out. What is the mechanism that we anticipate for those people that feel they've been alienated by particular drivers in the Uber industry? What is the mechanism?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, right now you're very much correct that the taxi industry has evolved and we do have great mechanisms. But as you can see from the presentation, there's 12,000 rides in the last 3 months. Then there is no mechanism. And so to take an Uber driver to the courts, the only thing we can do is take them for the courts for not having a taxi license. As you've seen across the country, they're not going away. And so as this council, this committee has directed, find a way to license them so we can hold them accountable. And so that's what this proposal is. For some reason, across the province, the provincial government has stayed out of it. They're just leaving it up to municipalities. They're saying deal with it through your authorities on the Municipal Act, and that's why we've seen Toronto and Ottawa and Calgary and Edmonton now looking at new legislation to help them get control, because the current taxi legislation does not address the issues of this new ride-sharing entity.
Can we not, at the very least, in absence of training, to have some core principles in regards to consumer protection that Uber, whoever, would have to adopt, and that every driver would see those principles that drive for Uber? Can we enforce that? Because I don't see that here.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, this is just an overview of the concepts that we're hoping to bring forward, but you are absolutely correct. I think we did that very well in the taxi industry, where we have a consumer bill of rights, and I think we would definitely look at bringing that forward into the new regulations, the new schedule that we're proposing in for ride sharing. So I agree with you 100%. I think that's a great safety valve, and it certainly would bring us ahead of most licensing regimes.
So the next area that concerns me is where we are going as a society in regards to precarious employment. The reason why, and again, this was an evolution, that we only release so many taxi licenses per year is that we wanted to balance the viability, the sustainability of the taxi industry to make a living in our community without flooding it where you would have real challenge even having the service because no one would drive because they wouldn't make any money. So what protections for the workers? For the workers. The backbone in regards to this service are we establishing within this framework?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, you raise a very good point, Councillor, and that's one of the reasons we restricted the plates, because we knew if we just opened it up the door and allowed 1,000 plates out there, the market would be flooded, and the typical driver could not actually make a living because of the competition. Unfortunately, Uber's here and rideshare's here to stay, and as we've seen that, so unless we actually prohibit them, and this committee decides to prohibit this type of activity, and perhaps the provincial government does, we have to come up with strategies to ensure public safety. And so without any regulation, they're going to just continue on, and the only option we have is enforcement.
Okay, so you're saying we have no ability because this is a societal question, and I'm really, really concerned that what happens is the newest and shiny object comes in, people like it, it's kind of new and trendy, but it's not sustainable. And it collapses, but what also collapsed with it was your taxi industry, and you're leaving the vulnerable in this community abandoned. So there's no protection on the long term. So from, again, a higher level, it's what kind of community I want. And I want a community that people have the right and the ability to make affordable living, livable wage in our community without driving those wages to such a point that we even have a greater level of poverty in our community. And that's what concerns me with flooding these streets with more drivers than there's a market for. We're not even having a discussion around that issue.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, you are right. Our position, as directed by this committee, was to come back to ensure public safety and consumer protection, was to find a licensing schedule that would assist to ensure the community is protected. Our job was not to have that thought of protecting or seeing how society is. I believe that's either at the council level or provincial level or the federal level. What we're trying to do is ensure public safety through a licensing schedule. We could go back and certainly it's the will of the committee to say that we no longer want ride sharing in our community, and we're happy with our taxi industry, and you could give us the authority and the power to stop that. But we're just responding to what council has directed us.
So having said all that, and understanding the evolution and the fact that in this community, I mean, we've pushed livable wage, for example, as a mantra. So here's the question: can we not, through these regulations and through Uber, say no? We're going to limit how many you want to operate in our community. We're going to limit how many drivers you can operate in our community. Have we thought about implementing that kind of strategy?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we have not. I think this is something that we can talk about during the public consultation that we plan to do through the summer. And we're also going to look at best practices. And certainly if that's the direction that we could look at limiting them. I know we have a limit on the number of taxi plates that are currently out there, but if in fact we look at additional ride shares, how do we limit, not just Uber, but Lyft and all the other ones that are coming up, the mom and pop shops that are opening up that also want to get into the industry. So I think that's a valid conversation that we need to have during the summer.
Excuse me just 1 second. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I apologize. I was doing a presentation this morning at Ancaster Senior Achievement Center, but I want the clerk to know I have a conflict on this issue.
Possible conflict of interest he wants to declare? Continue on.
Okay.
Or is there conflict of interest?
Yeah, it's not possible, yeah.
It's possibly a conflict.
So, but I appreciate that. I want to make sure that not only, again, I'm sharing this concern with you, but I'm sharing the concern with all those that are following this process. Be careful what you ask for, because if you want a society that is driven into poverty, this is how you do it. Now, the other question I have is, you had markings, so I guess you're suggesting that all the Uber vehicles would have to be marked. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you also say that they'd have to have an annual mechanical checkup. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you talk about spot checks, but I wasn't clear if that spot check was to look at the actual vehicle to ensure that that certificate is reflecting accurately the safety of that vehicle.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that is correct. That's why we have our officers, and as you know, we have 2 officers that are licensed mechanics. We currently use that spot check method on the taxi industry to ensure that the vehicles are safe for the community, and we would use the same enforcement strategies on this new schedule to ensure that the vehicles that are presented, that are being dispatched, are safe, and if they're not, we could actually send them down to our facility for additional inspections and take them off the road.
So the age of the vehicle, we had a sort of an age of a vehicle within the license regime with the taxi industry. What is the status of that, and how will that apply to Uber?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, right now the age of in the taxi industry is fluctuating based on if it's a hybrid or not, or if it's an accessible vehicle. It ranges between 6, 7, and 10 years. Right now, the Uber model is 10 years. They're saying that because these are personal vehicles, they're not on the road 24/7. They don't feel they're in that much of a things. But we need to look at that specific issue. What is the limit that we're looking at in our community? We haven't decided that, yes.
So I guess my concern is what Uber says and what is reality are 2 different things. We've already seen charges laid. We have seen instances where people had criminal records and were driving Uber, and even though there was a requirement under those jurisdictions that they wouldn't be issued Uber licenses. So I'm a little concerned there's a disconnect between the spin, the slick communique by Uber, and what is really happening at this level in a practical way with the type of drivers that are, not all drivers, I want to make it clear, but it's about safeguards, certain drivers within that system. So I don't believe Uber. So how do we ensure that the information that we're receiving is accurate, reflecting what we're calling for?
And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you're right, we still have to establish the guidelines, and that's what we're hoping to do with public consultation and bring back in the fall. So will it be a 7-year limit? Will it be a 5-year limit? But we also need to establish that the criminal record checks are done on a regular basis and that the safety checks are a regular basis, and they will all be written into the bylaws so that we can hold them accountable.
So does Uber have a requirement for a driver not to drive their personal vehicle for a 24-hour solid period?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't know if they do or not.
So how do we protect the consumer if we don't know who the driver is or how many hours he's actually driving his vehicle for Uber?
For us to do that, it would have to be part of the regulations as we develop them.
Because we do have standards in regards to truck traffic, that, but if you're transporting people and somebody's trying to make as much money out of the system as they can, and they're going to go out and work those extended shifts, we got to know that.
Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that can be definitely done through the licensing category. We'll have the ability to audit their data. If we find that any of that is in contradiction to anything in our bylaw, we can hold the driver accountable, have their license pulled, or the PTP license themselves, either a condition or pulled altogether.
So help me understand this. A mom and pop have one vehicle, and they drive that vehicle 24 hours, yet you're saying that Uber says there's only one driver. So help me understand how we regulate, how do we match up driver vehicle hours?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that would be done through the audit. So every ride, that, of course, would be under a ride share, could be audited. If, in fact, it's a smaller or a independent group, they would have to keep logs, and we'd have to actually examine their logs. So if we find that they're abusing their privilege and they're driving 24 hours, then in fact we could include that in the regulation that they can't do that.
Well, I would think the insurance industry would be interested in that as well, because that is a significant implication in respect to whether there's even going to be coverage for that per individual client that may be in the car when an accident occurs. So I want to make sure that in our regulatory regime that we ask for we understand the vehicle, VIN number, whatever that's on the road, and we want to quantify the hours that vehicle's on the road, and we want to know who's driving it, whether it's just one driver or whether that vehicle's on that road longer than Uber's indicating, because they're basically saying this is just sort of a part-time thing, and that I don't know that because I don't trust Uber. So that's the kind of stuff I want to see really tightened up in these regulations. I'm sure there'll be more. I understand that it's like a tsunami coming in, and they're belligerent. They don't care about government. What they care about is their bottom line, as much as they preach that this is about providing a service that people demand. At the end of the day, the people getting rich are Uber. So I want to make those statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You finished, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you, and thanks, Monica, for the presentation. Can you go back to slide 7 for me, please? I just want to have a disclaimer out here right now. I don't have the entire taxi file in my head, so I don't know what's required, what's not. So I'd like you to walk me through this. If we can mirror the taxi industry to what you have proposal-wise, can we go down each item and tell me what the taxi's required to do and what your proposal for Uber? So can dispatch fee, commercial?
So dispatch fee, the average broker pays around $1,000 right now, just over $1,000. And this proposal would be, the dispatch fee would be for rideshare $50,000 plus a $20,000 accessible fee until they can provide accessible vehicles. If you look at the independent, which is the smaller than 50, vehicle licensing fee is, I'll go back to the driver's $60 in currently right now in.
Okay, wait a minute. Dispatch fee, you said 50,000, independence 1,000, but then you've got in brackets may be waived. Is that also for the taxi service as well? Do they get that waived?
No, that would be if an individual was solely driving their personal vehicle and had no one else working for them. That dispatcher fee could be waived at the discretion of the director.
Okay, so again, don't understand the taxi industry very well, except I need them. Is an independent taxi driver given that same privilege of having it waived?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so that's different. Vehicle fee. No. Shh. Vehicle fee. Commercial is non-applicable. Independent is $400. Can you compare that to the taxi industry, please?
So in the taxi industry, a driver's license fee is just under $200.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had the actual vehicle fee, because an average licensing fee is around $5,000, but I mean that's out of the 447 that we have.
So it's $5,000 for a vehicle fee?
That would be a license plate fee, but it's not an annual fee. That's only when we release the plates. I'm trying to think what the actual vehicle fee is.
Okay.
Thank you.
No shouting. Vehicle fee is $400. Your proposal is for $400 for Uber. What is it for taxi again?
Approximately $600.
Thank you. Driver fees, can you go through that one as well?
That's $60 for the ride share, and it's about $200 for taxi driver.
Taxi drivers. Okay, and does this driver fee also include submitting a driver's abstract?
Yes.
And for both?
Yes.
Thank you. And police check all the way through?
The police check would be the standard Hamilton Police Service check.
Thank you. Data collection is as requested. This is consistent?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And inspections, annual safety certificate, and annual, this is all consistent as well?
Well, in the taxi industry, for rideshare, we would say an annual inspection by MTO, and that's also a requirement of the taxi industry. But the taxi industry also has 2 inspections a year through our garage, and that is in recognition that the vehicles are on the road 24/7, and they put on a lot more kilometers than the typical rideshare.
We're assuming that the taxis. Thank you. So markings, yes, that's consistent, I believe. I don't see a taxi yet without markings on it because they love to put their phone number. Training, no city mandated training. Now, this is where it gets a little gray area for me. You're suggesting that across Canada that they're actually trying to withdraw the training from the taxi service. So this is to keep in keeping with that. But right now they still require training.
In Hamilton, we were at 8 days. We're down to 4 days now. But I think in Toronto, they were like somewhere around 19 days. And with their new proposal, they're taking training away. They're believing that the open market will dictate the response and the professionalism of the industry. And so that's where they're
we're not there yet.
We're not there at all because we're still in the public consultation area.
So we still require 4 days on taxi, but we're saying to Uber, you don't need the training.
But through you, Deputy Mayor, we at the proposal, we aren't licensed them yet.
I want to just clarify that. So the other thing that I noticed, and again, I'm not a pro in this, my husband actually uses his private car. He uses it for driving for Coca-Cola. So he goes from store to store to store to store. We had a real issue finding an insurance company that would actually cover him because he's using it for business. He doesn't carry anybody with him. He doesn't have stock in his car, but because it's on the road, we had some issues. And we finally got an insurance company that would cover it exactly the way we want to. I would assume the taxi drivers have the exact same issues of getting the proper insurance. Do we have in our proposal that insurance must be for commercial use and not private use? Because they are 2 different animals and they cost a heck of a lot different.
And through you, Deputy Mayor, there's been a lot of discussion on Uber and the insurance industry because as of this point right now, they do not have proper insurance. Although the provincial government is currently reviewing this legislation, and there are a couple of companies that are actually offering a type of insurance that is similar to that of the taxi industry. And I know, Monica, we just received an email, so can you explain that?
Yes, absolutely. So through you, Deputy Mayor, Intact is proposing to create the appropriate commercial insurance that will act when you're driving your personal vehicle, it won't cover. As soon as you flip on your app and you're en route to pick up an individual, you will be covered by that commercial insurance. It will then extend until you drop off the person, and then it will go back to your personal insurance.
Okay, thanks for that, Monica, but currently there's nothing in place.
No.
So I just want the public to understand that if you use Uber right now and there is an accident, there's a claim put forward, potentially the insurance company understands this person is using their car for business, can actually reject the claim, and now the passenger, where do they stand? So they're not completely covered in your opinion. So I just want that put out there right now that could not be covered by insurance if anything should happen to you in that vehicle while you're using, until this legislation, until these GPSs and apps are put into place.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if I could just mention one thing. There is a Viva that's available. It covers personal drivers in certain circumstances, but not for the Uber model. So you are correct.
Okay, so I just want to put that out there right now. All right. So the other thing I noticed, as soon as you pull up behind a taxi cab, they have that red blinking light, so God forbid anything happens, that they're able to notify the public. Is this something that Uber is required to do in this proposal?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, no, it's not. The safety features that, of course, they have been advised of is they know who the driver is and they know who the passenger is at all times, because it's booked through a credit card and the actual picture of the driver is there. So these rideshare corporations are saying that they believe that their level of safety is higher than picking someone off as a street hail. But
Okay.
we have not included that in the proposal.
Okay, and I remember, because now I'm new to the licensing committee, the tribunal, that cameras were an issue with the taxi cab drivers because it's an added expense, but it's also a safety feature, so that one weighed out the other. So we're not requiring cameras in this as well because of this credit card slip that somebody could have stolen from someone else, and away we go, and that would be fine.
That is correct.
Okay, so I guess thank you for all that, because I really wanted to get an idea of how this goes. On your second slide, number 8, under enforcement, suspend, cancel driver's license. Who has the authority to do that?
Right now, with rideshare, only the corporation. But if we actually legislate them, then we'll have that authority. And then if, in fact, similar to what we do right now, we actually can call up a broker and say, take this vehicle off the road, and they do. But in this case, when we find a violation, we could actually ask the rideshare corporation to take the vehicle off the road. If they do not, we can not only hold the driver accountable, but also the corporation that we're licensing.
Okay, and your last, I guess, no, you don't even you actually mentioned, Monica, in your presentation that the province right now, everybody's doing this ad hoc, they're just going by the seat of their pants. So the province, do they have jurisdiction over taxi cabs and how they're regulated throughout the province, or are they at the mercy of each municipality?
What do they do?
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Province, we don't have any regulation here, so I just want to see apples to apples here. Do they have any regulation over the taxi industry?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the Municipal Act allows us the authority to license, so it goes to the municipality. In other jurisdictions like Alberta, it is the province. I believe the province could do whatever they want. If they believe that they needed to have a consistent message, they could actually come forward with some kind of legislation. But right now, they've allowed municipalities to flounder and figure out which way to go about dealing with the specific issues.
Okay. So all my questions, my last one was, if we can go back to number 7 again, please. If each municipality is floundering and they're trying to figure out where to find this, why would we not, and this was my understanding, and this was the flavor of the council, is that why would we not try to put these two industries on a level playing field? Why would we not start right there as a perfect starting point? This costs the taxi industry this much, that's how much it should cost. This is how much the driver's required, this is how much why would we not make that a level playing field if that's the flavor of the council.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that's certainly something we can look at as we go through our things, in particular into licensing fees. But it's a different model when you're talking a $50,000 fee for dispatch to the corporation, because their model is let us pay the fee and allow our drivers to run accordingly. For us to flip that model into the taxi industry, I'm not sure that would work because of all the regulations we have. But it's worth a debate as we go through Schedule 25.
I'm glad you said that, because from listening to my colleagues speak earlier, is that some of these things that this municipality has put into place for the taxi industry was to ensure the safety of both the driver and the passenger. So I am really interested to see how we can mimic or mirror that, because they're there for a reason. Driver training, as you said, may be pulled away, but if that's the case, until such time, that should still stay up there. The driving training should be mandatory. If we're requiring $200 for a driver fee in the taxi industry, why are we not requiring it for the Uber? And all the things that we talked about, insurance, everything else, as a consumer, I want to know that I've gotten into a vehicle that this municipality is regulating, and I am under the same protection as my driver is, as the taxi driver is, from Uber to taxi. I would like to know that they are seamless rather than up and down. So even playing field, I think this really needs to be
And through you, Deputy Mayor, we actually have a level playing field right now. Basically...
Quiet, please.
There is no schedule to license Uber. So if they wanted to, in fact, operate in our city legally, they would have to follow Schedule 25. But we've seen right across North America that they're ignoring these schedules. And what is happening, what's coming out of this across North America and Canada is a separate licensing regime that tries to level the playing field, but you're never going to get there perfect. It's a separate licensing category. But we'll take all those things in consideration as we develop this.
And that's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Scully.
Through the Deputy Mayor, first of all, thank you, Ken and Monica. I know this is very difficult because it's really new territory for so many municipalities across the country. I want to expand on what Councillor Johnson was addressing, and that is this perception or attempt to arrive at a level playing field, and how you can, if you will, justify the discrepancy in the amount of money that we would charge an Uber driver for a vehicle, or for the vehicle fee and the driver fee, versus what is currently being charged the taxi industry.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think the best thing to look at is the commercial side. And so forget about the independent right now, because on the commercial side tries to address that. So if you look at all the fees that currently the taxi industry pays, the dispatcher only pays $1,000, where the owner of the vehicle and the plates and the drivers have to pay a specific area. What this model tries to do is the corporations are saying, charge us all your fees. And the reason we charge fees, or obviously, is for us to use, we can only charge a fee that supports our enforcement. So we charge a significant fee so that you can actually fund an FTE to enforce, to ensure the regulations. And that's what Edmonton has done, and that's what Ottawa is doing. And so it's a different model, and therefore a different schedule. They're saying, charge us the fee, the corporation charge us the fee, and we'll make sure that drivers are licensed and all that. When we go to the independents, we have to be open-minded that Uber and Lyft and Hail are not the only people in town. There could be a group of people that said, we want to start our own industry, and we can follow, a similar model, and we have our own app. And how do we do that? How do we get into the market? And so that is in recognition of the smaller mom and pop shops that want to get into the industry as well.
Are the fees that are generated in the taxi industry revenue neutral? In other words, is the city paying, generating revenue through the fees applied to the taxi industry, or is it revenue neutral, simply covering costs of monitoring the industry?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, all our fees that we charge in licensings are revenue neutral. We have significant amount of people that are involved with enforcement, in the registration, as well as inspection. So all our fees are actual revenue neutral.
Are you able to determine the financial discrepancy per driver between the two industries? Have you been able to come up with a dollar figure for that yet?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, no, unfortunately we can't. I mean, each model is different, where an average, you could have a rideshare driver drive 4 hours a week, maybe 4 hours a month, and what's that cost? And maybe they only operate during the high peak times where they actually can make double the money compared to someone that's in the taxi industry that works 7 to 10 to 12 to 14 hours in the industry, and where that is. So we don't look at profit. What our concern is in licensing.
I'm talking about profit. I'm sorry, through the Deputy Mayor. I'm talking about fees.
And unfortunately, we don't have that data. Our focus has been on public safety and consumer protection versus the actual model of, is it worth for them to pay for what they get?
Perhaps, through the Deputy Mayor, perhaps that's an issue. If we're going to have a level playing field, we need to know the costs associated with every driver in the industry. In safety, for example, if they have to take 4 days of training per year, if they have to have specific snow tires on with, I think there's a stamp that they require, is that the same, does that same rule apply to an Uber driver? And isn't it important if, again, we're attempting to have this level playing field of having a dollar value associated with what we're trying to achieve?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I agree.
Continuing down that line, through the Deputy Mayor, then would it not be easier to simply say these are the rules that we enforce in the taxi industry? You must have snow tires, you must have only these snow tires, you must have 4 days of training, all of this costs, I'll put a dollar figure on it, $1,000, and you must have this. Either we remove those restrictions or we apply them to Uber to make it a level playing field. Is that not fair?
Yeah, through the Deputy Mayor, that would be the fairest. I mean, there is, as I said, there is a movement for deregulation of the industry so that you can create the level playing field. So not so much of bringing Uber up to the taxi standards, but kind of putting them in the middle. The easiest way for licensing is just to add rideshare into Schedule 25. Unfortunately, we know that the industry is going to continue on, and our only other option would be enforcement.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I agree with you. It might be the easiest, but we're trying to find, there are other ways of creating that level playing field, and if we understand that these ride-sharing programs are here to stay, why not simply apply the same rules? Really just say these are the rules that we're going to apply against the taxi industry. We are going to apply the exact same rules with Uber. Would that not simply be the easiest way if we agree that Uber and other ride-sharing programs are here to stay?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, definitely a lot of the regulations in the taxi industry could be brought over into the new ride-sharing industry.
And a lot of through the Deputy Mayor, would it not be fair to say that a lot of the rules that simply apply today in the taxi cab industry could be waived, therefore making a level playing field?
That is correct.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the one issue I am concerned about, and in my previous life, and actually probably yours, footage taken from cameras within cabs were used, I know, to successfully prosecute people who were either assaulted or robbed. Should we not perhaps consider at least that cameras should be used in Uber? It may, I mean, you may be able to track the driver, but it's not necessarily the driver at fault. It may, or you may be able to track the passenger, but we may need that footage in a future court case. ensuring that there are cameras in Uber cars as well, not something that we should consider for under safety measures?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it certainly has been a benefit, I think, in the taxi industry, and certainly it's be something that we could consider during our consultation. I think there's going to be significant resistance from people that actually are currently driving Uber for the additional cost it's going to cost them to have a camera in there. But it's certainly something that we can consider. Part of our consultation will be not only with the taxi industry, but also the consumers as well as Uber drivers. So we'll have a good feel for where our regulations need to go in the future.
One final question through the Deputy Mayor. Will the rates be regulated? Ride-sharing rates be regulated?
Through the Deputy Mayor, what we've seen across the province is a minimum pickup rate, and so there's trying to be a balance in the taxi industry and the minimum pickup rate in the taxi industry. But the model that traditionally rideshare has, it's consumer driven. So if I want to take a ride from A to B and the normal taxi rate is $10, but I got to get there and there's no one available and I want to pay $50, then that's a consumer prerogative to do that. And so that's kind of how the model works. And certainly the taxi industry will have that ability too as we try to flatten out the industry. It's up to the consumer to decide that's a fair wage, I will pay for that.
Just one further comment through the Deputy Mayor. I think that that this doesn't go far enough. I don't believe we have yet accomplished a level playing field, and that concerns me if that's our attempt. I'm hoping that we either, as I said, relax some of the restrictions on the industry that clearly do not impact public safety, or we reevaluate the fees that are being applied to the rideshare program. Thank you.
And through you, the Deputy Mayor, I believe you're correct, is that, and that's one of the reasons we said that as we go out for public consultation, it will be a great time to talk about Schedule 25, and hopefully when we come back to this committee that we should have a good view of what this new schedule will look like, but what also the new Schedule 25 will look like.
I could have one more, sorry. One more. I'm afraid with the public consultation, consumers don't want to pay more. They don't. So we have to be very careful when we say we're seeking public consultation, that we're simply not just speaking with riders who would just love the service. They say it's cheaper, blah, 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 and as opposed to saying, but it's not a level playing field. And I think that if that is genuinely our objective today, then I think that we have to be very careful who we speak with and make sure it's a very balanced and inclusive process going forward.
And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I agree 100%. All the stakeholders will include all the variable groups that may have vested interest.
Thank you, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for the presentation. I think it's important that we basically assess or revisit where we were, how we basically got here presently, and where we're headed in the future. So through you, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to recognize that the taxi cab industry, as we know it, the bricks, the mortar, the license, the history of it, is an extension of our public transit system here in Hamilton. And I think that's where we should start in trying to explain why the city has a vested interest in this process. So through you, Mr. Chairman, can you just elaborate on why do we even license taxis, and why do we enforce those bylaws, and what was the purpose and the objective of all of that when it was established back when?
Ken?
And through you, Deputy Mayor, there has been significant work back early 1900s when the taxi industry started, and obviously part of the licensing has always been about consumer protection and customer safety. And but it is part of our transportation network, and so when we talk about, we've also talked about, does the restriction of plates where they should be, or should we just open up and have 2,000 plates, and then you may not have transportation at night at 4 o'clock in the morning, because if I own my plate, I might not want to provide that service. And so part of the structure that we have is we have an industry that actually people own cars and then they get people to drive them on their behalf, and so that you do have that coverage on all hours of the nights, and so it's all part of our transportation network. This could actually have an effect on it. And I mean, it's also been some of the comments we've heard as we're doing some of our research. We've heard lots of issues that say, well, no, you're actually adding additional vehicles and you're actually adding additional options so that you can actually build that transportation network. But I believe it is a gentle balance, that the taxi industry is a very integral part of what we do in the city. And that's one of the reasons that the city has a vested interest in the taxi industry, as well as customer safety.
Right. So the system is entrenched presently as a result of history and trial and error, and ensuring that public safety and an orderly system was in place to provide this public transit. So through you, Mr. Chairman, we then are subjected to this new cultural shift through modern technology known as the internet, and this ride-sharing system that truly seems like it grew overnight in many ways and caught everyone by surprise, including those in the taxi industry. So we're then in a situation where it becomes an international phenomenon. We as a city, starting back in 2014, brought forward a motion to try to get ahead of the curve, bring in Uber, try to get an understanding of even whether or not they had an interest in Hamilton, because at that time, we weren't even sure if Hamilton was on their radar. And as a direct result of that, we negotiated or engaged them in discussion. The important fact is that what's old is now become new again, the Wild West scenario, in that the taxi industry was established and through trial and error over decades to a system that was entrenched, to suddenly being subjected to this Wild West approach to basically, but with the identical outcome of providing that ride. So really the dispatch became the issue more so than the actual outcome of the ride itself. So through you, Mr. Chairman, when looking at this, and I know we've mentioned this in the past about the provincial and federal government's involvement, we can't in any way enforce activity or assess activity or investigate activity on the internet as a municipality. We simply don't have the resources, nor do we have the mandate. So through you, Mr. Chairman, to whoever would like to answer this, have we had any discussion, serious discussion with the province or the federal government about where they're headed with respect to Uber and what their plan is with respect to a national and or provincial strategy accordingly?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if you recall, I believe it was your motion, Councillor, that said reach out to the federal government, the provincial government, and the insurance industry. The federal government responded and said it is a municipal responsibility. The insurance brokers responded to us and said they're not insured, and we're working on trying to find an insurance package so that we can ensure community safety. The provincial government has not responded.
So the provincial government has not
responded to our letter to ask for their position in relation to Uber.
How interesting is that? And through you, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the taxation issue, my understanding is that HST is not being applied, or if it is, it's not being directed to the federal government. Did the federal government elaborate on how they can reconcile the fact that they're providing the service without charging the necessary taxes?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I cannot really speak on behalf of the federal government. However, I do know that the position of Uber is that these people are independent contractors, and of course the limit for them is $30,000 before they actually have to report. So, but I'm not sure that's on income tax, but I'm not sure on the HST. I can't respond to that or answer.
Okay. No, because the HST, I think that's where the 30,000 triggers, but on the income tax, so they are applying as an independent contractor then?
Yes.
Is that what their answer is?
That's what my belief is, that they're saying they're independent contractors before they actually have to claim the additional income.
Okay. So getting back to just putting this in perspective about the importance of creating this two-tier system. If we don't, then the alternative basically is ignoring it and having them continue and simply playing a cat and mouse approach in enforcement. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct. I mean, as you know, when Uber launched, we did investigations. We have numerous charges before the courts, but it hasn't slowed down the industry at all. And so we're looking at best practices across the country to see what is the best way to control or license these corporations.
Okay. The other added value to this, I believe, is we capture, firstly, who the drivers are. So we identify who they are. We identify the organization and understand how they operate, which can lead to a better understanding of how they operate and also enforcement for us down the road. I think it's a responsible measure, and I understand the frustration regarding the equal playing field. But the alternative of playing the cat and mouse scenario, I think, would be counterproductive and would actually probably lend credence to it being more underground and expanding quicker without our knowledge and just simply never putting a dent into it. So engaging them, having them become accountable through you, Mr. Chairman, I think is an important measure, and I think it's something we need to communicate, and that's the reason why we have this before us today. But I think everyone should understand that this is a work in progress. So through you, Mr. Chairman, can you elaborate on the fact that it is a work in progress? The fact that their engagement, their signing on to this has a binding responsibility. And also to clarify for those that may have emailed us about the injunction, the pending injunction, when I provided that as a notice, it was in the event that they didn't conform or comply to these regulations. So what I need to know, Mr. Chairman, is has Uber signed off on this yet? And if so, in what way have they signed off? Is it an actual formal contractual understanding with them in writing, or can you elaborate on that?
I'm going to let Monica speak on behalf of, she's had lots of dialogue with Uber, and we know that the Calgary model and the Ottawa model are actually working, and we can talk about our response.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. We have had communications with Uber, and when we did send out this proposal, they were on board with it. Of course, with a few quirks, they did not agree with everything, but they are more than happy to be working with us through stakeholder consultations during the summer months so that we can get a product that works for their business model, but also works for the independent mom and pop shops as well.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chairman, can you elaborate on those issues that perhaps they didn't agree with or might pose a problem in the future?
Certainly, some of their business model doesn't allow for some of the things that Calgary tried to do, where you need to bring the people into the licensing area and do photographs of them and do vehicle checks and all that. So they say, our model works better. We'll make sure that all things are done, but license us versus license the independent drivers. They say that's the business model, because the guy that works all day and wants to get a couple rides at night to support his income, it's more difficult for them to follow the normal process, and that was one of the biggest issues that they're concerned about. So they say, we'll follow all your rules and regulations, but we can't come and have our vehicles inspected. I would rather get my vehicle inspected by MTO on a Saturday when I can do that. So those are some of the restrictions that they had.
Okay. But they understand that those are non-negotiable, I presume. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So they had issues with it, but it's not to a point where they're not going to sign on to it.
No, they through you, Deputy Mayor, they're very interested in the model because it's following best practices. It's also very similar to the model that they're using in across the United States. And so this is the wave that's happening through the United States and now across Ontario.
Okay. And one interesting component to this, through you, Mr. Chairman, is with respect to the, I guess, the threshold. If the cab industry were to, for instance, set up an independent operation outside of and have a ride-sharing program, they would be subject to the same rules and regulations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, in essence, then, that could be an invitation to the cab industry to create subsidiaries accordingly.
And through you, Deputy Mayor, that's the area that we're seeing probably the specific opportunities for the cab industry. It's the hybrid model where they can continue to do the road hails, the taxi stands, the airport pickups, but if in fact they develop their own app that does a similar activities as arranging a ride, setting a price, and then delivering the system, they could actually be part of this schedule, and they could actually have the advantage of using both schedules. Great.
Just through you, Deputy Mayor, just to follow up on what Ken has said, in Edmonton right now, Tapcar and Taxi Cowboy have been doing just that. They've been working the hybrid model, and as Uber has no longer allowed in Edmonton right now because the proper insurance is not created yet, they have capitalized on that market. So they're doing the hybrid right now.
Okay, and getting back to the insurance issue, I understand that the province is moving forward. It hasn't been confirmed, but could we not negotiate with them that they cease operation until at least that component is solidified, the insurance aspect? Or are they insured now?
There is some products that are out there right now, and we know that early summer that the provincial government will have some regulations, in particular opening up the market for this. But you could prohibit them from happening. It's a matter of enforcement then.
Right. So we're at the cat and mouse scenario again. But I think for the public record, at the appropriate time, what I would like to do is move that accordingly, because I think we need to, firstly, have the public aware, as it's been mentioned on a number of fronts, dating back to December of 2014, that people are really using Uber at their own peril. And there are issues in Toronto. I know when I asked Mr. Schaefer directly on the one very publicized issue, he refused to answer at our GIC back a few months ago. So that component, understanding that component is so serious, and it's just a matter of one accident away from a real travesty, I think we need to be consistent and at least, in good conscience, for the public's sake, not endorse this fully until that particular component is dealt with. So I will move that we, at this point, ask or demand that they cease operation until they can securely confirm that every passenger in truck is protected under the insurance in Ontario, or the Insurance Act in Ontario. And that'll be seconded by Councillor Chad Collins at the appropriate time. And if I can get back to me for comments at the end, because I think it's important that even the drivers and the cab industry understand that what's before us is the best case scenario for them, because the alternative would be, I believe, the worst case scenario. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the former speaker's comments and the way he wrapped up. I actually just made a quick note that I would second that motion, but it sounds like he's already found one. But I appreciate as well all of the good work and study Ward 4's Councillor Marula has put into this. I'm going to ask just a few questions. Many have been asked and answered, and I had to step out for 40 minutes or so while the first speaker today asked his questions. So I'll just, if I ask something that I may have missed while I was on the phone or in conference, please just stop me. How many Uber drivers do we have? We learned today 513, correct, through you? And we have about 22,000 plus customers effective today, correct?
12,000.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, 12,000.
12, okay, sorry, I jotted that down. So 513, 12 customers, and that's just today. And did I see you want for a proactive enforcement just one FTE? So my questions for you, Deputy Mayor, how is that enough?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, we believe that if we assign one FTE into this new model, it would work quite well. First of all, it would be revenue neutral, but we could do regular spot audits. We also have part of the other licensing team that actually can pull the vehicles up. Part of the concept was, and part of our negotiation was, is that we need access to drivers, and so they would have an enforcement account that we could call up any driver at any time, make sure they have the appropriate papers, check their vehicles, and if we're not satisfied, we could actually send the vehicle for additional inspection. So we believe the spot audits for general deterrence, plus looking at data and looking at all their papers, should be sufficient to deal with the current 500 drivers that would be out there.
Okay, and growing. Those numbers are growing, clearly. Okay, and then the other point I wanted to make, and I think a few of us have touched on it today, and it looks like the motion coming forward would be supported, I'm sure, if not unanimously. But Uber has been very good to date, and one of the things I've really kind of clenched my grip into was that they have been good on enforcement avoidance, not just in Hamilton, but everywhere. What steps do we take if we have a motion pending asking cease and desist until such time as the insurance is in order across the province for this company, but they keep on motoring on? What can we do to step up enforcement or to better enforce? Because to date we haven't done that great a job. It's clear that we haven't been able to really tackle the issue from an enforcement point of view.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the enforcement is very, very tricky because it almost requires, you just can't stand on the road because you don't know who the vehicles are at this time. So you need to actually get into the system, call someone up, and as soon as they find out that you're law enforcement, your system, your calling card gets shut down. If in fact we would ask, if that was the motion, we would ask Uber to cease and desist officially on behalf of council, like we have done in the past, in particular until the insurance issue is dealt with and the licensing regime starts forward. If in fact they refused and we knew they were continuing to operate, we'd have to look at other enforcement avenues because basically right now the only tool we have is Section 25 of the bylaw dealing with taxis, and it doesn't really deal with this. And I'm not sure even if we could at this point, and maybe this perhaps a question for legal, if we could even go for an injunction to have them stop. I'm not sure.
I may not be here, so I'll just say thank you to staff, thank you for the presentation, to our senior policy person, and to you, Ken, for staying on top of this, and of course to the members of council who really dug into this one. And finally, in case I'm not here, we have been inundated these last few days through an app. The technology is there, and God bless it. When you want to engage with council through social media, it is obviously the easiest. What's harder, though, is to show up in person and sit for hours upon hours when you're just trying to make a living. And it is that very living that you're here to defend. And many, many people are doing that here today. People that live in this community, that work in this community, and that contribute in this community. And I just want to say thank you. I'm not pandering and I'm not looking for applause. I just want to say thank you for being here, spending those hours, and not simply hitting a button that says submit to communicate with council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and certainly some terrific comments and questions already, and I've tried to cross off so that I don't duplicate. But I really thank you to Councillor Farr for his comments just now, because I'm sitting here going, is there anyone here from Uber today? Is there any representative from Uber today? Are you aware?
No, there's not.
No, there's not. So there is no face to Uber, and that's the dilemma that I have right now. We have an industry and they have a face. So, and I'm not here for applause either, but it's not a level playing field. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Ken, right now, we restrict the number of plates that are issued to the recognized industry. Is that not correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
So this is opened up. We've seen the numbers today, how many rides, how many drivers over and above our industry, that we've handcuffed them all these years and saying you can only have so many plates. And they could have had this wide open years ago, and that never happened. You mentioned in here, going back, and I apologize because we're jumping back and forth on the presentations, and I just wanted to get it correct. Dispatch fee for commercial, you're recommending, I'm sorry, size 7, $50,000. Then you commented on $20,000, is that accessible fee?
It's an accessible fee. So until Uber or any rideshare can actually provide additional accessible taxi service like our current taxi industry does, they would be additional fee. And this is a model that they used up in Calgary. And that money could actually be used to support the accessible industry. So we're looking at how that's done, but it's kind of a user fee until you can actually provide this service that you pay an additional fee on that. And so that's kind of the concept behind that.
And it's just a lump sum fee.
It's a lump sum fee.
Doesn't matter how many vehicles, It's a lump sum fee.
That's right.
What will be the requirements on the safety, similar to what's going on now as far as the inspections and that? I mean, accessible vehicles have to have other parameters. And yes, they're very costly. So I know I've worked in the industry where to get one equipped and appropriately set up, there's a lot involved. So explain how that would work similar to our inspection.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, the fee is because they do not provide it, but when they do start providing it, of course, they'd have to follow all the other regulations that we put in place before that fee is waived. So that's an annual fee. It's a kind of, not so much a penalty, but a fee to support the accessible taxi industry. And we're still not sure how Calgary's using that, but they're looking at supplementing the taxi industry because they're currently ones that are supporting that activity.
So their total fee, if it's a commercial, would be $70,000 if they became accessible.
$70,000 plus there would be a fee per ride, which could equal up to about $100,000 a year, which would actually be cost neutral to pay for an FTE and our enforcement.
Thank you for that. I know questions have been asked about the rates, and we're saying they say it's a minimum, so we'll have no control over rates, which we do with our industry now. The rate as soon as the meter goes on, the rate per kilometer, correct, and sometimes we've had readjustments because of the gas values going up and down. So we'll have no involvement in that.
You're right, through Deputy Mayor, it's a consumer-driven rate. And so the consumer decides if they want to accept it at that rate. Of course, they can also, not accept it and then open it up to another product.
I know a lot of discussion has been had, and I'm certainly also very concerned of the insurance aspect of this. So at the end of the day, we're saying they're going to require all of the vehicles that are being used by Uber drivers will have to have an identification on them. Will that identification somewhere? You said there's something in the windshield, correct?
Yes.
What are we anticipating it saying?
Following through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, following the industry standard that's coming across North America, it'd be, indicated the type of company they're from for Uber or not. But that also allows the officers, if they saw a vehicle on the side of the road that's picking someone up, they could stop them. So let's see your papers. We also have that enforcement aspect that we can actually call the driver in and say, give me a closest driver, and they would drop them off. But the licensing regime allows us to ask for their insurance and ensure they're properly insured. Right now, the only authority you would have under the Highway Traffic Act, and that would strictly be the police service that would have that authority. We would not.
And that's why I wanted to ask. So by requiring that identification means that we've done everything, they've met all the guidelines, including insurance coverage, so that any rider that gets into one of these vehicles knows that at least the city has done the check and they have the coverage, correct?
And that is correct. That's similar to the taxi industry. When we license them and they have their plate on the back, you know that they're fitting all the standards that we required. This would be also the same. So if we found a vehicle that wasn't meeting that, or someone just decided to pretend they're an Uber driver and they are not, we would have offenses tied to that too. So it gives us more control of the industry and ensures public safety.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Currently, we have our taxi industry that we have contracts with them. Not only the city does, but also the school boards with regards to transportation of students, transportation of disabled, and Transcab. So is there any point where we may be looking at this being a potential that Uber will want to come into that market?
And through Mr. Deputy Mayor, I haven't been, the licensing regime does not deal with a lot of the contracts because I know different corporations offer these contracts outside of the Schedule 25. And so that would be something for another committee to decide.
And I'm not sure it's been handed out, but I know we've received, and there's been something in the media today with regards to an Uber driver in Toronto that was driving a rented vehicle and had an accident. Will that be a form of being able to control a driver under our new regime, proposed regime?
Yes, you, Deputy Mayor. You're right. A very interesting article that talked about some of the perhaps fail-safes that are supposed to be in place that were not followed. Obviously, there was a contract issue, but if in fact that person's driving for Uber, Uber should know what vehicle they're driving. They should know that it belongs to that person. They should have had a regular safety check. So there's a clear violation of their product or their system, and certainly our licensing schedule would allow us to address those more correctly.
Thank you. And last question, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate all of the information today. On slide 7, and Councillor Johnson was absolutely correct, and I also wanted to ask, is that we don't have a third column. And I would ask going forward, because at the end of the day, when this comes back, I want to be sure we're absolutely as close as possible to a level playing field, that we show what the charges are currently and what the requirements are for the taxi industry. I know a lot of it, I don't know the figures, but I want to be sure it's all covered off. So I want to put that out there as please going forward.
That's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and Director Leenders and Special Project Manager Sorello. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all the homework you've done, the due diligence. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of the questions or concerns, but can I just, listening very carefully, Ken, to what you and Monica presented, there's obviously a very frustrated local taxi industry that's been waiting months to have the City of Hamilton resolve this. None of them that I've met with, both the owners, brokers, drivers, industry advocates like facilitators, Steve Jones, who was in here a few weeks ago, none of them have told me that they're afraid of competition. They're not. They just want everybody playing by the same rules. So normally, I strongly support consultation, work in progress. You want a few more months and report back to us, sounds like in the fall this year, Ken and Monica, with some hopeful final solutions and recommendations. But we got a frustrated industry out there right now. And so are we going to get to where they ultimately want it to be, the level playing field, the licensing, playing by the same rules, the Calgary type model? I think Mr. Jones had said at the end of whatever it was, I thought I asked him at the end of the day, Calgary or one of those models ultimately was if we landed there, that'd be the best overall for everyone. So Mr. Deputy Mayor, maybe a simplistic summation to Ken and Monica. Understanding you want 6 more months, and they're already saying 6 months has gone by, it's been too long. What's the city doing about it, Ken?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in all honesty, we can get as close as we can to a level playing field, but we are looking at a separate schedule for this to work. We've seen other jurisdictions that just take their schedule of taxi and kind of change it around and say, here's our new schedule, but it's still restricted amount of plates. It's still the same things that need to happen. And basically the industry, the rideshare industry just ignores it, and therefore they're not licensed. And so what our hope is to get something that works for the industry, that makes it as close as possible. But again, we're talking apples and oranges, unless, of course, we just incorporate rideshare into this current schedule, and that would be the only way to make it a level playing field. But again, we still could have this Wild West, as the good councillor mentioned before, that they'll just ignore the current licensing schedule and then it become an enforcement issue.
Ken, didn't Mr. Jones say, I hope I recollect correctly and accurately, didn't he say a simple solution, put ride sharing, those words in the bylaw, and we fix this issue, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Ken? And why can't we do that?
And through you, Deputy Mayor, you could put ride share into there, and would that solve the solution? You still have a limited number of plates that are out there. And so for the 500 drivers that are currently out there, they wouldn't be able to follow the current schedule because they'd have to go out and seek 500 plates for them to do it. So they'll just ignore it. So what happens if you put too much restrictions on a new industry? They'll just ignore it, and then of course you're back to square one, where you're into an enforcement aspect. So we're trying to find a solution that follows best practices, that meets the needs of the community, but it's a gentle balance between the current industry that's out there and the new industry that's surfaced.
And are you keeping, I know you are, but for the public record, are you keeping close contact with our long-standing traditional players in the community? Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Ken.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yes, I have regular meetings with the brokers on all the time. I've also have meetings with the taxi union, and I have one scheduled for next week. So this has not, although it's come very quickly upon us, we've had numerous dialogues, and we've even brought all the players to the table, including Uber, with the brokers to have this discussion. And so we're trying to find a made in Hamilton solution that works.
And that Chris Schaefer gentleman, who I believe was the one months ago who came here representing Uber, is he still their main representative that you're dealing with, or has he delegated that to someone else, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is still Chris Schaefer. He's the president for Canada.
And last question, Ken. The cities of Brampton and Mississauga, unless this may have changed recently, the cities of Brampton, and correct me if I'm wrong, the information I've been given, cities of Brampton and Mississauga both issued a cease and desist order to Uber until the licensing issues have been resolved or ratified to include the ride sharing, but Uber has ignored them. So some of the cities now have raised fines for operating from an initial $5,000 fine, with that amount escalating each further offense to a ceiling of $50,000. Comments on that? First of all, Ken, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you, that's accurate, what's going on in Brampton, Mississauga. Secondly, can we apply it here?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for us to that's what's happening in Brampton and Mississauga, that they're saying they must fit within our licensing schedule, and if you don't, then of course we're going to go after enforcement. They've also increased their fines. I think for us to do that, we'd need some significant, well, not a lot, but some amendments to our current schedule so that they are inclusive, so that we can capture them, so we don't have any arguments in court for us to do that, and of course change the fees. So that would be an enforcement solution. Again, the challenges in the enforcement avenue are very much more difficult, because you have to, for us to find an Uber driver, we actually have to be a client and then work through that way, and it becomes a very, very difficult process and a very limiting process for us to do.
Ken, my summation, yeah, Monica, please.
If you don't mind, Deputy Mayor, this exact topic, this conversation that you had just mentioned, is currently happening in Mississauga right now in front of committee. So we'll see the outcome of what results from there by the end of the day.
Appreciate that. So lastly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Ken, Monica, my only angst is this additional 6 months that you need for all the right reasons, consultations, surveys, consumer feedback, all that stuff, making sure at the end of the day our traditional industry is being dealt with the way they should be dealt with as a traditional industry. But my only angst is this additional 6 months. I know they're going to leave today, going another 6 months, and the Uber running amok is going to continue. So I just ask you seriously, Ken, take that under advisement, whatever further pressure you can crank up. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Ken and Monica.
Thank you.
Is there any more first-time speakers? I know you do. First-time speakers, I've got one second time. You want to speak, Councillor Green? Okay.
After the first-time speakers, if the motion comes, this will be received. Will there be any time for comment then, or is this the only time?
Well, we're going to receive the presentation, then we're going to receive the report, and then there's going to be a motion.
Okay. It's kind of a parallel comment, but I guess I'll just say it at this point. Acknowledging that we have a large number of Sikh members here today, I just wanted to welcome them and celebrate Sikh Heritage Month this month. So just given that they're all here today, just a small note. I do believe that the mayor is hosting a celebration a little bit later on, but did want to make that comment for the brothers who did make it here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead for the second time.
Two quick questions. One is, are we going to require to have the photo and license of every Uber driver within our database? Is that where we're going?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, at this point, no, but there have been other municipalities that have done that. So that's something that can be considered during the consultation stage.
Okay, well, I would hope that would have been up there, because that's what my desire would be. I want to know who these people are. Secondly, I talked about this before regarding matching the driver and the car, because according to Uber, the car is safe, but how do we know what car is being driven, and how do they know on any given day what car is being driven? And if we're relying on just spot checks to match up the driver to actual vehicle, and we got this article right here today, and that's what you have to rely on because Uber's not doing their due diligence. And the question is, could we ask for a higher level of linkage within their app or within their service that ensures that the driver that is licensed with Uber is clearly driving the vehicle that's registered with Uber relative to that driver? Could we make sure that somehow we incorporate that on a go-forward basis?
And through you, Deputy Mayor, I believe that's certainly their position has always been that it is, but we can see it's not. And so it's very similar to any industry. We have to make sure that they're following the process. I think we can ask for that, and we'll be able to access that through some of our data checks that officer will be doing, in particular looking at the driver's license information, the vehicle license information, and that part of the enforcement. So there'll be audit systems that we'll do in place, but you're right, I think you're very correct in making sure that that's part of the regulations that Uber sticks with.
And Uber will have to, when you do your spot audits on them, you have to ensure that in those spot audits that they have a mechanism to determine every time that there's a charge on that app, that they have a way of qualifying whether that vehicle and that driver matches up with that charge.
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about rates earlier, and there's been a number of articles in a number of years in New York, Seattle, Vancouver, where, and this is why we started regulating fares, is because there's what was called price gouging. And a lot of that price gouging happened in certain periods, and unfortunately, some of those periods might have been, in Hamilton would be during the Tiger Cat game or New Year's Eve, or we're hosting a Pan Am. So we're trying to invite people into our community, ambassadors, and they leave with a real bad taste in their mouth when they're spending $250 to go 3 given kilometers. So my understanding, we're not going to regulate the rates, but in every other consumer industry in Hamilton, we protect against price gouging. And that has been an issue in the past, and cities have stepped in to try and regulate those issues. What do we contemplate in this situation?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, in the taxi industry, we regulate rates, but in the food industry, we don't. So if you want to spend $400 on a meal, then that's up to you to decide. And so it is based, this model is based on a consumer choice, and for the consumer to decide if in fact they want to pay for it. I think it's important that if someone says, I accept that fee, that they're fully aware of what that fee is. And so if I ask for a ride from here to Dundas, and I know the taxi can give it to me for $15, but they're asking for $75, I just don't have to accept. And so it's driven by the consumer to be fully aware if that's the rate they want to pay. And if they're late for a wedding and they got to go, they'll pay the $75. So it's all based on that.
Okay, so you're saying that now what is seen as part of our public transit matrix in the community, that we're going to completely rely on market-driven forces to drive a fundamental service in our community. So that's where we're going. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is the model that they're using. Yes, correct.
Thank you, and we accept that, because we're not doing anything to regulate it, correct?
That is not our intention. That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Now, have a motion to receive the report, 7.2. Councillor Farr, Councillor Aidan Johnson. I'm going to do that right now. Now, Councillor Marula has
if I could,
two motions, did you say?
Well, if I could respectfully ask that 9.1 be moved up now.
Okay.
Because I brought that as notice at the last meeting. So that's seconded by Councillor Farr.
All in favor of moving that motion up to carried?
And now I have amended it based on the presentation. So it reads, whereas Uber has agreed to the Hamilton proposal related to ride-sharing applications, therefore, be it resolved that if Uber doesn't comply to all agreed upon conditions, that staff be directed to request an injunction be issued against anyone, against Uber or similar corporations without a license in the city of Hamilton. That's seconded by Councillor Collins.
Hey, Councillor Collins, and I have Councillor, do you want to speak to that first before I take it to the rest?
Yeah, just quickly, at our last meeting, it was brought, a lot of what people are saying are great sound bites in that, let's shut them down, let's do this, let's do that. The reality is, none of it's worth the paper it's written on unless you can enforce it and stop them, and we can't, and that's been proven. This whole exercise is to engage them, to understand their operation, to know who's actually part of their operation, so that it again gives us the intelligence and the confidence to know at least we have some measure of control and oversight about this extension of our public transit system. The alternative is to shove it underground, where it's going to continue regardless, and that's been proven internationally, except without the checks and balances that we're establishing in this two-tier system. So I know it sounds great, but it's irresponsible to suggest that anything but what we're doing now is the way to go. This, on the other hand, clearly speaks volumes, because what will happen is, even if they don't comply, the reality is this motion is not worth the paper it's written on, because of the process in which we're subjected to in this global internet phenomenon that ride-sharing programs are dependent upon. The only true level of government that can shut this down is the federal government. I think the province, to some degree, could as well. But the reality is municipalities can't. And the fact that the province didn't even respond to our request is very disrespectful, disillusioning, but I guess not so surprising. So having said that, what's before us is in principle telling the public, folks, if you use Uber and you're in an accident, you're not protected. It would be basically unconscionable for us not to make that known, not to have an official position of council, because otherwise, if something does happen, I don't want to be in a position to say that we're only one travesty away from saying, why didn't you do something, or at least try to do something? And that's what this motion represents, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
I certainly support the intent of the motion. I got two concerns right now. So in that context, that motion, we've already identified it's going to take us another 6 months through the consultations. We have the Wild Wild West with 512 drivers servicing over 12,000 people in our community, unregulated. So you would think in good faith, if we're going down and making commitment that we're going to create a balanced, regulated approach to the operation of Uber in a community, then they wouldn't flagrantly slap our face with the fact that they're going to continue operating, because that would not be a good faith. So the first question is, should we not be talking to Uber directly and say, look, we're moving down the road to license you. So and so out of good faith, you stop the operation until these regulations come in place. And if not, the other question I was going to ask staff directly is whether or not we can explore, nothing sends a message more when you start impounding cars. So if they're in violation of any regulations currently in place, can we pass something on the interim that we would start impounding illegal activity of these vehicles in absence of a regulatory regime?
Ken, would you like to answer that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm actually going to refer this to legal, because they might have a better idea on our authorities under the Municipal Act.
Janice, would you like to answer that?
Sure. Through the Deputy Mayor. So that likely would not be a road that we would want to go down, and there's a lot of reasons around that, and I'd be very happy to speak to you in closed about those reasons.
Okay, so I will pursue that before council, because this will all go to council. I'm very interested. that any driver that is driving illegally in Uber in an unregulated current circumstance should stop, I'm going to make this clear, should be stopped driving and providing that service until we bring them under the regulatory regime. If they fail to do so, then we need to have, in the next 6 months, in good faith, if they're not showing good faith and saying, we're going to freeze the operation until, because we're working in good faith that regulate them, and they're not prepared to show good faith, then we can, equally, should be looking at a more forceful message to respond
Could
to
I
the
just
bad
interject,
faith.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point
Yes,
of order, just with all due respect, that motion was already passed. Councillor Collins brought it forward during my deputy mayor's position when Uber was here. He brought forward a motion to ask them to cease operation until we've dealt with all of these issues. The motion's already been, in fact, enacted. Hence the reason why we need to work with them rather than simply throw out political motions. And at the end of the day, although it's on record, because I think we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility.
No.
We have a responsibility to show that we're on record.
We
for it, but
can't.
the motion already exists, so it would be redundant.
You've
to
made a
reintroduce
point
it.
of order.
Sorry,
The
Mr. Chair.
motion's been passed
Mr.
already.
Chair, I never.
Just let me talk.
I have
for
the
a
floor,
second.
actually.
I have the floor
Go
right
ahead.
now. Okay. He wanted a clarification. We got it that there's been a motion been passed on what you want to do. If you want to speak to that, that's fine. But there is a motion on the books right now.
Yep. And I'm not disputing that. And I don't think I've indicated that in any of my discussion. What I said is, if they're not prepared to show good faith as we move towards regulating their industry, so they can operate in our community, I'm not overly confident that even if we regulate it, they're going to follow the rules, because that shows bad faith right from day one. And two, if they want to respond in the way that they're not regulated, because they've already made that clear that they're going to continue operating in Hamilton, regardless of the fact that we have, or they're not currently regulated, what our response is. Now, we're giving out tickets, as I understand it, but I want, and I will, offline before council, look at whether or not we should be stepping that up like Mississauga in regards to fines, or actually looking at the possibility of impounding those vehicles until they fall under the regulatory regime. So I will have the discussion with legal. Those were the reasons why I asked the question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Farr.
Through you, I'm very supportive of the motion, and particularly in this interim basis, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as we seek to find a level playing field, which is all we're talking about here. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Leendertz, where are we at again currently on enforcement? How many have we enforced? How many fines have we laid?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there's about 32 charges currently in the courts.
Okay. Is there anything we can do as a body to assist you in better enforcing? I understand that, and I'm commenting but also asking a few questions here, but I understand that they quickly tackled our proactive initiative where we were literally shut out of the booking an Uber car process because they kind of canceled our credit card. So is there anything else you can do other than the credit card piece that would assist you in enforcement?
Through you, Deputy Mayor,
In the interim?
that is probably the easiest way to ensure that you actually have a ride and a contract to show that it's actually operating as a taxi. There'd be very limited enforcement techniques, and we've talked across licensing divisions all over Ontario, and they use the same method of enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sorry?
Could you please ask the motion be reread, please?
Yes.
Just want to hear it again, please.
Could you read the motion? Yes.
Whereas Uber has agreed to the Hamilton proposal related to ride-sharing applications, therefore be it resolved that if Uber doesn't comply to all agreed-upon conditions, the staff be directed to request an injunction for Uber or similar corporations without a license in the City of Hamilton.
No more questions. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Passed. Now, you had a second one, Councillor Marino?
Move by myself, second by Councillor Collins, that Uber drivers be advised that they must cease operations in the City of Hamilton until such time as they're able to prove, well, that's the same one. Wait a minute. Oh, no, to improve that they are appropriate insured, that's it, no, sorry.
Can
The
you
Uber
speak
drivers
into
be
the
advised
mic?
that they must cease operations in the city of Hamilton until such time as they are able to prove that they are appropriately insured within the province of Ontario to protect all passengers.
And the seconder is?
Is Councillor Collins.
Surprise, surprise. Any questions or concerns on that? Councillor Johnson.
I think it needs to be, with all due respect, I think it needs to be a little more specific because it has to be a commercial license with the ability to cover paying passengers. Every car owner has insurance to cover their passengers, but a commercial vehicle with paid passengers is different. So I really think it needs to be specific, please. I can tell you by experience, folks, that the commercial license is, or insurance is a heck of a lot more expensive.
I'll accept it, they're friendly. What's your suggestion?
Commercial insurance policy owner that covers paid passengers, paying passengers.
I'll accept that. Is that okay, Madam Clerk? Okay, that's cool.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you, Councillor. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, now we're going on discussion items. Radio tower license agreement renewal. Any questions on this? I'm sorry, who moved it? Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Second one is the Bayfront Strategy, Phase 2, update and transfer of funds. And there's some recommendations in there, so I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Collins, second by Mayor Eisenberger. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. 8.3, fee reduction or waiver for business improvements, area BIA, special events. The motion is to receive. The motion is to receive item 8.3. I know. Councillor Green?
Can I just have comment from the staff on receiving this? My apologies, I shut my book a little bit early. It reminds me of grade school, Deputy Mayor, waiting for the bell. Can staff please comment on this item with an overview?
BIA. Who's going to comment on the BIA?
Mr. Journo?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. As indicated in the report before you, this was generated or came out of the BIA Advisory Committee. 1 minute, please. It came out of the BIA Advisory Committee back on October the 13th of 2015, where the motion in front of you was approved. It worked its way up and was in turn approved by Council at its meeting on November the 25th. So what was asked to be looked at was the possibility or the feasibility of having fees which are incurred by BIAs in the holding of their special events to be either waived or cost shared with the city. So in order to get a sense of what impact, if any, such a reduction or waiving of fees would have on staff, myself from Urban Renewal worked with our colleagues in tourism and culture to put a couple of questions to the people or the departments and divisions that are involved in the seat approval process, which, as you know, special events advisory team, various divisions and departments which are tasked with considering all applications for special events and providing approval for those events as well. So the results of the responses are found in the report before you, where the fees that were charged by those departments in 2015 for BI events were put together and totaled We also looked at the amount of revenue that was foregone by the Hamilton Municipal Parking Service because of those events. And then the Hamilton Street Railway was also able to put together a pretty good estimate about what the impact on their budget would be if these fees were waived in 2016. So that's the information that has been provided in front of you to give you a good sense of what impact would be felt by the various divisions and departments if those fees were waived going forward in 2016.
So just for clarity, in receiving this, we are giving direction to staff to move forward with the feasibility, or does it just die? Like we're approving the recommendation, not receiving the report.
As it is an information report, there are no recommendations that are found within that document.
My apologies.
So with the information which has been presented to the committee, it's for your information and for your decision on where you would like to take it from here.
So at this point, as the chair of the BIA Advisory Committee, I'll just put notice that I'm going to take this report back to the BIA Advisory Committee for discussion. Should a motion come from there asking that I bring forward reductions as presented in this information report, I'll do so at the appropriate time. My apologies, I missed the staff direction point here from November 25th, 2015.
So you're going to move the report to receive
move to receive the report, or would this be a referral?
Just receive it.
To the BIA Advisory Committee. Yeah, receive the...
Stephanie.
This report before you is to be received.
Right.
If it is the councillor's wish, he can refer the report to the BIA Advisory Committee, or he can just bring up the matter there, and if anything further comes out of it, he can do that as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Happy to receive the report. I will be directing this, because if I refer it, then it goes back there and back here. Absolutely. So I'll just take this report to the next BIA Advisory Committee and come back with a motion accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was moved by Councillor Green, second by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Thank you. The next report, 8.4, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. The recommendation is a little different. It should be received and referred to staff for a report back to the Planning Committee. Okay, that's the recommendation. And Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I see this industries mentioned here again, so could you conflict me out again? A conflict of interest on this one? Not throw me out. Just record me as a conflict of interest. Item 1.
Oh.
Certainly.
Okay, so I need a motion to receive it. Aiden Johnson.
Thanks.
And we got a problem? No.
Sorry, if I could say something really fast, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just want to thank staff.
Can you, just one sec?
Yeah.
Now I'll let you. I just need a seconder. Councillor Jack, Councillor Whitehead. We're at 8.4.
Yeah, on disabilities.
Go ahead.
Report. On the second page of the report, there's a piece of good news that I just want to bring people's attention to. It's very small, but it's very significant for visually disabled people regarding the status of Braille printing. I'm just going to read out the relevant sentence. A new software program is to be installed to rectify the spacing issues when Word documents are translated into Braille. I have... when I say a few, I mean a small but significant number of visually impaired constituents who have actually brought this up to me. And I just want to thank, I don't know who in staff is responsible for that, but I think it's absolutely wonderful that we're making Braille legibility a priority in our revamp of the computer work. I think that's absolutely great. Thank you very much.
Carried. I'm sorry about that. Trying to get some information here. The next one is the City of Hamilton live streaming capabilities and experiences. I'm sorry. I got Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, and I
got Mayor Eisenberger, and just hold your glasses still. Johnson, Eisenberger, Ferguson, Collins, Farr. Everybody wants to be before Terry. I don't know why. Did you want to speak?
Mr. Chair, I look forward to. Maybe I won't have any questions.
We look forward to that. I'm sorry, did you want to speak to it? Yes? And I'm sorry, Councillor, did you want to speak to this item? Councillor Marula, did you want to speak? Okay. Whitehead. I'm glad we got that straightened out. Okay. So, first one is Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Thank you. I wrote this on the report itself, but I forgot to mention this at the beginning. I have to declare a conflict here. My son actually works for a company that web streams, so I'm going to back away from this one.
No problem. Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you. And I was hoping that our staff would actually present this report. I think there's been an awful lot of work done on this to kind of get us to this point. So I know Bob is there, Rose is there. Is someone going to present it, or?
Seems to be a popular report today. So this was this report that we're bringing today comes from a motion that was approved back in December, which has directed staff to look at the existing live streaming services that we have right now, as well as a number of other challenges that we have related to that. So right now, this report will address those needs because essentially what we have right now doesn't meet the service requirements that we'd like to have. As well, the equipment in the council chambers here, some of it is close to 10 years old. So in terms of technology, obviously that's quite old. And the live streaming software as well, as we're all aware, has some challenges that is clear to the public as well as members of council. So in terms of what we're recommending, so I think it's clear that there are those challenges that we're dealing with. But in terms of what we're recommending, the recommendation would be to upgrade the equipment here within council chambers in order to allow us to have a better live streaming experience. We would also look to have equipped rooms 264, 192, and 193 with the ability to live stream meetings in there, because that was one of the concerns that we had. I believe it was raised when we were looking at setting up the LRT subcommittee in terms of this room being the only room we can use for live streaming. So we'd equip those other 3 rooms as well to be able to have live streaming capabilities. The costs in terms of capital, we're looking at about $572,000, the majority of that being equipment, software. So this would be to upgrade the existing software that we have, as well as a minor portion of that for a contingency in case we do run into any issues. As well as the other portion of this too, because at the time of the discussion, we can expedite this process. So we have a recommendation that would allow us to have everything completed within a 2-month period.
How much?
2 months, if we did go in terms of a sole source procurement. We understand that we could get it done in about 2 months' time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, I appreciate the presentation, and it came from a motion that I had put forward. I think many others have talked about the technology and the quality of, and we've had lots of complaints about the feed through Sire. And so just to be clear, so Quab, does this then deal with the Sire issue in terms of that's the software essentially that you're talking about, so that we can actually get a quality feed going out?
Through the chair, yes, it would deal with the software piece in terms of live streaming, as well as our agenda management, entire agenda management software as well. Correct.
Okay. Because that's been an ongoing sore point for quite a long time. Is that program actually degrades our feed as it goes out, and it doesn't allow either the media or anyone else to actually get a quality feed as they're trying to live stream their from this chamber, in fact. So what we're talking about here is not only improving what we do from here, but having the capacity to live stream in the major committee rooms that we utilize on an ongoing basis, which I think makes all kinds of sense. Having said that, and I know this might be a bone of contention, I too would worry a little bit about the procurement process. So the obvious question is, how much longer would it take if we went to a competitive process?
Through the chair, so in terms of working with staff to get that information, we're probably looking at either late this year or early next year. The steps that would take to get us there, it would be writing the report, putting the report up for tender, probably about I think what we try to generally do is put it out there for about a month, receiving those, receiving the bids, evaluating them, and we're thinking this would probably put us into September, or sorry, to December, once we have the ability to review all that information, and then with a start time probably sometime next year.
Okay, and just to follow on that, so the recommendation you made was generally a time issue. Was it a cost issue as well? Is there a sense that it will get more expensive if we go to the competitive bid process?
Okay.
So there's two reasons for the procurement. It was for the sole source recommendations. I would say it was the cost of the initial. It wasn't a formal. It wasn't. There were no formal bids that we received. It was going out there and doing some research in terms of what our options were, and then the ability for us to get it done in a couple of months' time. So the vendor that we have right now, in terms of order of magnitude, their price was very competitive.
Okay. Thank you. So and then to follow on to Mike Segaric, so the funding source is identified as a unallocated capital levy reserve. Is that the surplus funds from kind of end of year budgeting process? I mean, what's the source of those funds?
So through the Deputy Mayor, you may recall last week when we brought forward our 2015 dispositional report, we had recommendations in terms of the surplus, the majority of it going to the tax stabilization reserve and approximately $840,000 to the unallocated capital reserve, which is the recommended funding source for the capital component of this project.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for those answers. I appreciate that. And I from my perspective, members of council, I think this is something that we have to get to. How we communicate how we broadcast, how we send out the ability for people to capture what we're doing in this room and in our committee rooms, I think is imperative. It's one of our goals in our mission statement to have better community engagement, and what better way to do that than to broadcast the very meetings that we're having here on a regular basis. Having said that, I would prefer personally to have a competitive procurement process. I think that would be fair and reasonable for us to do. I think so. We've waited this long to kind of get at that issue. I mean, if members of council want to not do that, that's fine. I mean, I'm supportive of this. I think this is something we have to get to. But I think in an effort to be kind of totally open and transparent, I think it may require a competitive process. But I'll hear what other members of council have a desire to do. So thank you for that. Thank you for the report. I think you delivered exactly what we asked you to bring. So thank you for that.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree that the system we have in here is antiquated now. The viewers can't pick up the presentations. The cameras never move. They just stay fixed at one location. You may or may not be able to pick it up. Plus, the quality of the picture is marginal at best. I agree that we need to put this out to public procurement. I got an email from a company in Ancaster this morning who says that he can provide this at a lower cost. And the only way you find out is to put it through a public procurement process. If it takes a couple extra months, I think it's worth that, worth the wait. My problem is the sticker shock, $500,000. I never, ever expected it to be that high. I remember when Councillor Farr and I met with Cable 14 to go to high-definition cameras with $30,000, and now we're suddenly here with a sticker shock of $500,000. So, through you to go, if we decide to phase this, council chambers is where council meetings are. This is where the standing committee meetings are. Most, Hamilton Police Services is in these council chambers. If we did council chambers now and referred the balance to the 2017 budget process, how much is it just to upgrade these cameras and the SIRIS system here in the chambers?
Well, through the chair, so we don't have those specific costs right now, because when we did work with the vendors, we didn't get into details, because that would then constitute a formal bid. So we don't have the specific breakdown by each of the rooms, but yes, definitely it would be less costly if we did. Would it be half? I can't really say. Again, I don't have those numbers, but I mean, it would be a lot less costlier than obviously than the $500,000. But I mean, because a majority of the costs right now is for the equipment, but we don't have a room by room breakdown in terms of what the equipment costs would be. Because this room is a bit separate in terms of the cost versus some of the other three other rooms that we're looking at equipping.
The other two committee rooms aren't wired. We have the camera stands, so it seems like the council chambers is quite a bit ahead of the curve. And I would really like to know, Mr. Chairman, what's it cost just to do the council chambers? And maybe once we've had a chance to test drive this to see if we like it, rather than go with the whole wad, make the decision on the balance once we are able to get that narrowed down. And I don't know whether, and I was hoping I have more definitive answer than I don't know. I was hoping that, because I know I asked you offline, how much is it just to do the council chambers about a week and a half ago. We thought it would be less than half when we had a casual conversation, because a lot of the equipment's already here, which doesn't have to, we aren't starting from scratch like we are in room 264. But the sticker shock is difficult for me to just run this in outside the budget process. I mean, if it was half that just to get this room done, I would give very serious consideration to that. A little more than the technical stuff. So with this technology, there's no one running joysticks. The cameras would turn automatically by voice recognition to whoever's speaking.
Through the chair, the camera would go on whoever was speaking, and it would actually be based on the microphone. We've been able to get some more additional information, but whoever's microphone is on is who the camera would go on. But there would be the ability to remotely control it as well.
So when the microphone's engaged, that's what would activate the camera to turn to that particular individual. It wouldn't pick up someone in the gallery yelling obscenities at us, and turn the camera to them.
Through the chair, no.
Okay. The presentations, would this be changed to an LED screen, a large LED screen, so the presentations could also broadcast out by live stream? Or how do you get the presentations when they're being done to be for the viewer to be able to watch those?
Through the chair, one of the we would actually have looked to install monitors around the horseshoe. So each councillor, one of the things we had considered was monitors for each of the councillors, and get rid of the projector screen in here.
So the screen would come out and there'd be 16 monitors installed at every station then? That's
a consideration.
Well, is that what's in your proposal?
$572,000, or is that in the 572,000 club?
Correct. That's what we've spoken with the vendor about, is looking at. But again, I mean, I'd say we don't have a formal proposal. We haven't nailed down any sort of commitment with Hamilton or with the vendor. So we're open to having a discussion here at council in terms of what members of council would like to see us do. But that's what we're looking at right now.
$72,000 covers 16 monitors? Is that what I hear?
Yes. Through the chair, yes, it does.
Okay, because you didn't have that nailed down a minute ago. Okay. I like being able to look at the presenter and look up at a screen, although that screen is not great. A large LED TV up there, right? I sometimes have to watch this one because it's clearer. Is that not cheaper to put one large screen on the wall rather than 16 monitors around the table? Because I won't be able to see my colleagues across the table.
Well, through the chair, I don't know if we have the pricing specific breakdown for what the large screen would be. That was an option that we had considered, having a large screen monitor in here. But from speaking with the vendors, another solution that we could look at would be 16 screens. But an option we could consider would be definitely having a larger screen as opposed to the monitors around the table.
So with these screens, would we also be able to check email and go on the internet if we want to? Or is it just for the presentations?
Through the chair, it would be just for the presentations.
Okay. Mr. I'm a little concerned. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. I'm concerned. We don't have a breakdown just for the council chambers. I'm not sure whether, I heard Bob say twice that I don't know. We don't have a firm quote. And I would like to see it go to a competitive process. So, and I don't know what my colleagues say. I prefer to have a screen up on the wall rather than an individual screen here because you can watch the presenter and watch the presentation. But we're moving in the right direction, but I have sticker shock at $500,000 in one crack outside the budget process. So I'd like to see it split up.
Sure. Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And so, Quab, through you, Deputy Mayor, I thought I heard you say that you thought the pricing was quite competitive, and yet we also have heard that there was no tendering process. So how do we know it's competitive?
Through the chair, so there were 3 vendors that we had reached out to for some information, not a formal quote or not a formal quote. And what we decided to do was spread that over 5 years, because part of this report will have us consider upgrading any equipment that we would need to over a 5-year period, and cost it out over that 5-year period, including maintenance costs, the equipment, operating. This was the most competitive information we read in terms of order of magnitude. What we have right now is the most competitive.
And so competitive just based on the 3 that you outreach to?
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, and for the benefit of those watching live stream or sitting here in the chambers, who are the 3? I know they're in the report, but who were the 3 that you outreached to?
Through the chair, so we did mention the one company that was that we're looking to, which is Hamilton Video and Sound.
Right.
The other 2 were Motion, that we received some information from, as well as Claire Cable.
Okay, thank you for that. No, I appreciate it. So just a couple of comments, Mr. Deputy Mayor. My concern is, we have what's called our Open for Business subcommittee, and we have been working extremely hard, all of our staff and the councillors that sit on that committee, at being open for business. I heard from a business in Flamborough wanting to know from their councillor why they were not given the opportunity to participate in this process. I think it's wrong. The City of Hamilton has a lot of very qualified, innovative, talented businesses. We need to be supporting them. We need to follow our process. I understand that the quality of what we currently have, it's really terrible. We all know that. But we need to do it right, and we need to do it once. And so I absolutely think we need to go through the process of the tendering, and also include, if we have monitors at our individual stations, we're not going to have room for laptops, binders, and all the added to the agenda items that we tend to get at most committees. So I would not be on side for that. We do need to do something about the quality of that, definitely. So those are my comments, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but I'm not on side for what's being offered up here.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And along the same lines, I'm very supportive of making some, what I think we all would agree are necessary improvements to the live streaming capacity that we have here in the chambers. And in fact, I was the one originally during the City Hall project that had requested the fact that we'd have the ability to live stream. So I'm sold on that component of it, but I don't understand the rush to A, move this ahead of the budget process, and B, why we're anxious to draw upon the reserves soon after depositing last year's positive variance, which was a welcome, I think, not a surprise, but welcome in the sense that, as you know, we've drawn on our reserves the last couple of years to a point where Mr. Zagaric has repeatedly warned us that they were precariously low and getting to the point where dealing with emergencies would be harder to deal with financially. So my question that I would have is, what prevents us from entertaining this project like we do all our other projects as part of the 2017 budget process? Through you.
Through me to
to staff, whoever cares.
To staff.
or chooses
Mike,
to
do you want to tackle that?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if it's the will of committee to refer this to the 2017 budget process, staff could incorporate this into our preliminary outlook for 2017. That process starts in the next few months. As early as June, July, we start having discussions around our capital budget, 2017 capital budget forecast. So again, if it's the will of committee to refer this to the 2017 capital budget process, staff can incorporate this project in terms of our immediate forecast.
Thank you for that. And so to be clear, it's not a time-sensitive issue. Can I get that through you? That there's, we're not at the point where the system we have now is at, is reaching a point where it's going to fail tomorrow. Although I don't want to jinx us in that regard, but we're not doing something to immediately salvage the system that we have. It can work for the next number of months until we get to the point in 2017 where we may deem that this is a priority for us in the dollar amount that's in front of us or otherwise, and have the ability to ask a number of very pertinent questions as we do with other projects at that time, through you.
Okay, Quab, would you like to answer that? Is it important that we do it right now, or we've still got some life in our system? Or Chris? Would
Yeah, sure. I don't mind jumping in. I think when the motion was brought forward in December, there was some sense of urgency, and there's been growing frustration with respect to the quality of the technology. And so I think what Quab is and Rose have done is to give you a sense of magnitude. But as you point out, and very rightfully so, I mean, scale of this can be as big or small as you want. The speed of this can be as fast or slow as you want. And clearly the matter of price, I mean, notwithstanding the effort to talk to a few vendors that could deal with this, going to the market, as we normally do with most things, get the bids and bring back. And we can obviously approach this in a manner that is all-encompassing, or we could, direct the people that bid on the job to break it out as per the rooms, and we can certainly break it out in terms of what I've seen in other council chambers where individual councillors have screens in front of them, and I've seen other council chambers that are exactly like this. So we can put this, we can make the request in any form that you want. I guess just in speaking with Quab, I think the sense was that there was a matter of urgency to it, but we're totally in your hands.
Councillor?
Thank you for those answers. And in light of the information that was provided by both Quab and Mr. Murray, I would move, if I have a seconder, to refer this to the 2017 budget process.
At the appropriate time, you can move it. Thank you very much. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I think, and it was referenced by Councillor Ferguson, we met on this with Cable 14, who provide coverage, of course, of council meetings anyway, and have for decades, about a year and a half ago. And on the sense of urgency, it may actually come from those meetings where we were trying to up the ante on tech, because every channel, every show they offer now at Cable 14, and they do obviously a great job with local programming, is in HD, save for one show, and that is council, not in HD. So that's where that conversation started, and that was a year and a half ago. So it's really about picture quality and offering a better service, and one that's consistent with everything else they and every other TV station are doing now. I'll let Donna talk to all the other details on the tech, but just specific to where that may come from, that could be it. Regardless of that, my question is, in the report, through you to Quab, you've got this FTE. What's envisioned there for her or him that's referenced in the report? And it's referenced in the report before us for just what we're talking about for everything now to deliberate on during the budget process. It's not before us today, but it's before us to deliberate on. So what's the job function of that FTE, generally speaking, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Quab, would you like to answer that, please?
So through the chair, we were envisioning this FTE. We were envisioning the FTE have a permanent FTE because we were going from a system right now where we have an antiquated system. We would go from having updated equipment here in council chambers, having live streaming capabilities in 2 additional rooms. So we now have total of 4 rooms that we could have live stream meetings, hold simultaneous meetings. So we had thought that it would be prudent to have one person that would oversee this information. There'd be a lot of technical equipment that they would have to oversee. And I think, as Chris always likes to say, it's hard to have somebody do this from the corner of their desk. So having someone dedicated to looking after this system, and if we did need to take over, because the equipment is automated, but there would be the ability to manually control it. So we were under the impression that we would need somebody to be able to manage this on a day-to-day basis.
So in short, through you, Quab, what I'm hearing is a full-time equivalent to handle maintenance.
Yes, through
Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
So, and I brought this up before, and I don't think I've brought it up in committee before, but it's just in conversations, hallways, or meetings, or otherwise. And I certainly have talked to Cable 14 about this, and in the past, and I believe in a meeting about a year and a half ago when we got together about the non-HD factor. Part of our vision here with the city is to engage our citizens with a technology like this, and with a full-time employee, so give or take 40 hours a week, working at most what's before us, 3 meeting rooms, including this one. What is preventing this particular individual from making part of their job function interactive engagement as these meetings take place? For example, right now, if we were online and Mr. Smith tuned in or Mrs. Jones tuned in and just tuned in, they would have no idea what we're talking about. It's hard to follow along if all you're looking at is a picture. We've had debates today where it would take hours to catch up. This one might be a little easier if you just tune in as people do when they watch online and when they watch TV. They catch things halfway through, a quarter of the way through. Why are we not contemplating that if we're going to debate a budget for a full-time employee, that under that scope of work, that employee actually engages with the consumer, because our vision is to better engage. We want to get better and better at it, utilize the technology, type away, have a bar at the bottom that lets people tweet and share their thoughts, have a bar at the side that talks about upcoming city events, and engage. That person can engage as we go and keep everybody apprised and updated as to the current conversation. So a lot of preamble, but the question is, what's wrong with including that in the scope and providing a great service at the same time, since we're contemplating the full-time employee anyway?
Bob, would you like to talk to that point?
Through the chair, I think I'd repeat what Chris was saying to me. We really are at the will of council in terms of what we can do with this position and the responsibilities that this person would have to be able to deliver a quality live streaming experience. So we're open to considering any opportunities for a full-time FTE to be able to handle this work.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Okay, so I don't think I need anything formal, but when we do come back during the budget process, it looks like that's where we're heading. And that's what was on the table anyway with this particular item in this report. Can we please have just a section that speaks to, what additional costs may arise, or if this was part of the scope, that FTE could do all those other things, maintain as envisioned, and so on and so forth. I'm pretty certain it can be done. I think when you add up the amount of hours in a week, these 3 meetings and the meeting times, there's still plenty of time to do the maintenance as well as engage as the meetings take place, and then maybe we can go from there. So through you to Quab and Chris, can we at least tackle that when the debate comes at that point in time, and provide that a much better service to those following along at hamilton.ca or on Cable 14 or both?
Chris?
So certainly we can. I just want to add, though, I think as much as I know we're focusing on the maintenance, and clerks will be the first one to tell you, it's like when things do happen with technology during a meeting, someone needs to turn to it at that point in time and fix it. And clerks does not have the time to deal with that. So there's that other added, oversight that has to be there, because, as much as we rely on technology, it never works as well as we always hope it will. So we can certainly come back if the direction is to report back in 2017 and provide you with an answer in terms of not just the capital and the technology aspect of this of this report, but also of the FTE and being very clear about all aspects of what that position would entail.
Might be as simple as a banner, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Out doing repairs, can't engage right now, so that same person that does maintenance that also engages, steps away from engaging temporarily to assist the clerks and get us back online. In the event, $500,000 doesn't keep us online most of the time.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there's a solution more immediately and then long term. Obviously, I think we have an obligation to our community in the council chambers, which is the main room for governance, to update these cameras. And when people say, well, it's not broken down, it's not working, let's be clear. It is broken, and it's not working. So when someone says urgency, I guess the real issue is, do you expect the general public to have access to what is going on in this council chambers, or do you don't? If you feel that it's okay to keep them blind for another year, well, that's really not where I'm at. So I think we can break these things apart. I like to see the expansion because that's not customary in respect to the standing committees or certainly the other rooms, but I support it. I think that stuff could wait for the budget process. I have no problem. So dividing, these tablets, I can wait to the budget process. What I can't wait for is the SIRE system, which 90% of the people in this community can no longer access in regards to covering what's happening in this council chambers. I can't support the fact that the on these mics aren't aligned with the degraded picture that they may or may not see. So therefore, they're not even getting, capturing what is taking place in this council chambers. And I think we have a fiduciary or otherwise moral responsibility and ethical responsibility to ensure that at the very least in the main governance room, where we still have 3 cameras, where we have the wiring already in place, that all we really need at this point is to change over the cameras on the current wiring system. And all we need to do is to ensure that the software that we're utilizing is an enabler that will provide an opportunity for the greater community to access. So is it broken? Is it urgent? Well, it's a matter of perspective. If you're a person that's interested in what's happening at City Hall, sitting at home, and you can't access the system other than the great service that Joey provides, then unfortunately, and we shouldn't have to rely on a third party to provide a service, but Joey's got more views than we do because our system isn't working. So I think we have a fundamental responsibility to fix what's in here sooner. So I would hope that we can break just the fundamental piece apart from the balance of the proposal that you're identifying in this proposal, so we can deal with at least that piece more immediately. So I look forward. Is that possible?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
Okay. Secondly, have we looked at legislative or legal obligations as we go down this road moving forward with ODA and all those other kinds of things in respect to the proposal that you have put in front of us?
Through the chair, no, we didn't look at any specific AODA requirements as part of this report.
Okay. I would hope then that we do a little of our own research and ensure that we're not opening up another Pandora's box, and if we are, we should at least be aware of it and make sure that we're prepared for any additional expenditures that may result from it. So that's not incorporated in this report, but I think it's important to have it. So I am very supportive of where we're going. I would thank staff for that. It's overdue. We have a fundamental responsibility to ensure when we talk about engagement and opportunity that we should be walking the walk. And currently our system is broken. So when people say, when staff respond, I want to ask this question. Are you suggesting right now that the service that we provide to the community is meeting the needs of this community in respect to the live streaming we have here now?
Chris?
Yeah, through you, Chairman. I mean, clearly Council doesn't believe that's the case, and so we're not in any disagreement, obviously. So, and when I look at what other municipalities provide of similar size, if even smaller, in fact, we fully agree that there's lots of room for improvement.
So for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I support the good work of the staff. I really respect every comment that's been made around this chamber. I want to make that clear. I do believe that we need to get the best price. We need to understand what we're spending. So the procurement process, I've always been very supportive. I'm very concerned about sole sourcing. I'm very supportive of taking the balance of the stuff that's identified and dealing with it through the normal budget process. But what I'm not prepared, I hope I get consensus, that at the very least, could we fix what we have in the council chambers? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Chair, first of all, I think I also had sticker shock when I heard the amount of money. Mind you, I came from a company that went bankrupt, so maybe I should put that into perspective. So on that note, $500,000 today can actually outfit a microwave truck with high definition, everything, quality service, cameras, the whole bit. So it's a lot of money in terms of where the industry is heading now. It's much cheaper to broadcast in high def with Apple technology. A couple of years ago, we introduced something when I was working at CHCH called a Dejero, and it's a piece of equipment that allows you to broadcast via cellular technology anywhere in the world for about $30,000, $40,000. So it has replaced satellite trucks, which were much, much more expensive. So just to put it into context, the type of efficiencies that you can see in broadcasting. And of course, we're talking about a decision now. Do we want to, as Jason was, Councillor Farr was alluding to, we can make this as big or as small as we want it to be. It can be a full-out broadcast, or it can simply be a webcast with 2 cameras in high-definition quality. And of course, it depends on how much money we want to spend. My concern about having somebody man it with any sort of an editorial control, perhaps unintentionally providing a slant on some sort of a slogan or a graphic if they're putting that up while we're web streaming. So you certainly don't want a personal viewpoint of an employee being webcast if that's not the intent of the person who is speaking. So you have to be very careful with any sort of issues. The other issue is, do we want to close caption this so that people, it's a requirement now in the broadcast industry. I don't believe it is, obviously, in webcasting, but if we're going to include closed captioning, it's an extremely expensive cost in the broadcast industry, so that would be an added cost. In terms of the equipment itself, though, to go back to the microwave truck, iPods can replace a truck. You can go live with your cell phone with an iPod and actually have a live streaming event and have broadcast quality. So the cameras that you can purchase now are so inexpensive. So the $500,000, unless we have a real breakdown on where that money is going, I'd be very careful on agreeing to equip our facilities. This isn't a television station. We don't have to provide that type of, I think, quality. We can have an employee, perhaps with very specific requirements or rules in terms of what they can put up in terms of graphics. I would be very careful, though, because of any sort of an interpretation of what is being said and misrepresenting the facts. So I would suggest, or I would like to see, a much more specific breakdown on where you want to take this, why you want an employee. If we need somebody to more or less work cameras, in other words, direct the meeting for webcasting, are we not absorbing the cost of what an employee at Cable 14 should be they should be covering that charge. If this is just for broadcast so that they have the voice matching the person speaking, I'm not so sure that that's something that the City of Hamilton should be absorbing. That should probably, here's the feed, you determine how you want it to be broadcast. So there are so many. $500,000, I think it's just too excessive. I'd like far more detail, and I think we need a much more fulsome discussion in terms of what we as a council want as well. Do we want to have graphics included at the time? Is it necessary? Do we want to have closed captioning? And how many meetings do we want this how many rooms do we want this to be included in? To agree to the 500,000, I think is just too premature at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Pursuta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Conley. So much said, so I have so much less to say now.
Yeah.
A couple things. And I do not agree with the monitors here not having a screen up there, particularly when we get into committee meetings like planning, where we have planners out here, residents, and they're pointing the laser at the screen. If we could move something forward here to get rid of that, and have some kind of a monitor put up there, which is much clearer, because I can tell you many times myself, I'll look over here to see what's up there than this, because this is just not, you can't focus on it. It's not very good. If we can move something like that forward, it would be great. What's in front of us and not there. When delegations come in, we are to pay attention to delegations, not keep looking here. So we have it on the monitor up there, the delegations, the monitor, we can focus on them. I can remember my time when I came to council years ago and made a presentation, and you look for the councillors to pay attention to you when you're making a presentation. It's really important. You come as the public here, so it's something we need to focus on. We need to keep that up there and improve that down there if we can do that. The SIRE, I don't know what's happened. I know my wife at home watches a lot of this. I don't know why, but she does. I watched it for months when I was off sick with pneumonia, and there was times that it wasn't very clear you couldn't receive it. Before that, the old system was much better than what we have for receiving stuff, so we do need improvements. So I'd just like to say, it's better if we can have something improvement here for the delegations and for staff and the presentations. We need to focus on that sooner than later. And the fact that you can use this laser printer to guide your way around on the screen is great. So that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of coin. It's close to 600,000. You've got 100,000 down here for annual operating it, and then of course the IT, whatever that's going to be. And I imagine that's probably another $100,000 a year job to have somebody monitor that and work it. So there's lots of issues. Lots of councillors brought up good ideas. Councillor Skelly, you created a vast amount of information here, so thank you for that, and thank everyone for listening to me.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I tend to agree with Councillor Whitehead that there is the potential for a phased-in approach with this and addressing some immediate needs. Referring it to 2017 budget, we'll probably prolong this into the 2018 election cycle and perhaps into the further term of council if there's any delays in that regard. I also strongly agree with Councillor Ferguson on the sole source nature of this. But I also want to recognize, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Quab, whose birthday it is today, I won't say how many years, perhaps a little bit unfair taking some of the peppering and the heat that you have and trying to bring this presentation forward. But certainly a great start to where we are in terms of bringing this into present context. And to piggyback off of Councillor Whitehead, when we're talking about all these parameters, Councillor Farr brought up this, this incredible opportunity of having interaction and titles and all this stuff. Well, the public record does that in the private sector, and it does it for a hundredth of the cost of what's being proposed here today. So there are examples where very low-cost interventions with technology in the private sector are showing to have huge impacts as it relates to engagement and everything else. Having said that, I've also received a tremendous amount of emails from community people who are interested in this bid process. And I think in either the request for proposals or the qualification, whatever the parameters are and the terms of this particular contract will set forth how we're not only going to handle live streaming, but I think, in my opinion, communications as a whole, the work coming out of the clerk's office with archiving this information and its accessibility at later dates. Councillor Skelly brought up the live captioning, which I think in 2017 will be a requirement. So as it stands now with this parameter, if we were to put this money out today without having the proper terms and conditions, we might find ourselves revisiting it under law in 2017, 2018. So I just want to make sure that we have the full understanding of the scope of work, but I also want to recognize that staff probably did the best they could under the timelines that were given to bring this back. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly appreciate all the comments around the table, and shout out to Quab on his birthday.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Collins, did you have a motion that you wanted to put forward?
Yeah, I did. I would want to, well, I don't know if I have a seconder. I didn't.
I'll second it. We got a seconder. You always have a seconder.
There.
Pardon me?
On a referral to the budget process.
So basically, you're just saying refer the modernization
And certainly,
Hamilton live stream
and that would be with the direction that all the comments that were proposed today would be incorporated into that presentation.
Okay, I got a seconder. Questions?
I certainly accept the balance of the report. I want to, if I can, amend it to break out the current, the what is it called, SIRE? The SIRE system, and whether or not, at the very least, we can upgrade what's in the council chambers, just the cameras, never mind all the other stuff. If we can at least have you come back with what that pricing would be for consideration for procurement sooner than later. So that would be my amendment.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so we'll...
Yeah, amending it.
I was asking for information. I have no problem getting information back.
Okay, so that'll be part of your motion.
Yeah, sorry, and I think Councillor Ferguson might have a further amendment to my amendment, which would be a friendly amendment.
When I get to it, I'll ask him.
Okay.
Okay, next speaker is Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you, and you know what, I would hope that we could deal with council chambers and the SIRE issue, because that SIRE issue is not going to go away, and even if we improve things later on, if we haven't improved SIRE, then we've really not achieved anything, quite frankly. We can change all the equipment, but if it's still going through the SIRE process, we haven't achieved anything. So I would hope that we could break it out, that we could, at the very least, get the appropriate information and recommendation on how to move forward on the council chamber, and also direct staff to start looking at breaking out the costing issues in terms of the other capacity issues before we get to the budget process. So I understand the budget issue, and I'm not informed in terms of what the costing ought to be. I think we ought to do it as competitively, price competitively as humanly possible, and cost effectively as possible. But I want to ensure that we are able to provide the feed to the broader community in the best possible way that we can, as fulsome as we can, from as many places as we can that we meet. That's really the objective here, and I want to thank staff for bringing back the report, but I hope we can break out that one piece for this council chamber. And sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
I'm wondering through you to Quab how difficult it would be to also consider engaging with the public between now and the budget on what their expectations are from us with respect to live stream.
Through the chair, that would not be difficult. We could undertake that process.
So if we could maybe add that as well, and even if it's online on hamilton.ca on the homepage for 6 weeks, saying, hey, what do you like, what do you don't like, what do you expect when we deliver our meetings? If I could add that. Okay.
Chad,
so he's fine as a friendly, and I'm very supportive thus far of what's before us.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
I just want to be clear on the friendly amendment and what the mayor said. So we'll come back with a report earlier than the budget, like as soon as possible, but just to upgrade the cameras, make the motion sensitive to our voice, and change this to a large LED screen. I didn't hear Councillor Whitehead mention the LED screen. So if you come back earlier just with those parts that is suggested by the mayor before the budget process, to see if we can get a handle on that cost, and whether we can proceed immediately with it. Including SIRE. Yeah, oh yeah, SIRE's for sure.
Stephanie, you have a comment?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, it really should be two, because we're way beyond friendly amendments, which technically don't exist.
Okay.
So first we should, just thought I'd clarify that. So just right now what's before you is the referral motion referring this report. If staff is being directed to bring back an additional report prior to the budget, it should be a separate motion.
Point of order. So
yes,
the point of order, Mr. Chair, is that what this motion is doing is basically taking the whole report and referring it to the budget process. What I'm trying to do is just break out a component of this report and deal with it sooner. So it is an amendment of this referral of the overall motion to the budget process, because I'm not on to put everything into that process. I want to deal with what the low-hanging fruit, the council chambers sooner. So I thought, because the problem is now you're going to have conflicting motions if we put another motion forward, because if we have one motion that says we're sending the whole thing to the budget process, then we've got another one saying we're going to break out, you got conflicting motions. So that's why it has to be addressed in the terms of this particular motion. That's my point of order, and I'll wait for your ruling.
So for clarification then, you're not referring this report to the budget process? You're either referring the report to the budget process.
I'm suggesting that the one component we break from the referral is the council chamber.
Correct, and that can be done in a separate motion.
That should be done in a separate
The referral one
motion.
is what I'm saying.
Wouldn't that be conflict? Okay.
No, I
Well,
don't think so.
through Mr. Deputy Mayor, if you're either referring the entire report that's before you, which is the motion, if I'm understanding correctly, that Councillor Collins has put on the floor, it's up to him as the mover to determine whether he wants to accept the friendly amendments or not, which should be moved by motion. If he wants to just refer the whole one forward and it doesn't carry, or you can put a separate motion forward to pull a portion out in his, if the Councillor Collins is agreeable to that.
Mayor Eisenberger.
Yeah, so could I just ask that maybe we could do it in two parts? So kind of ask the councillor to rethink the motion so that it says that that we deal with the screen, SIRE, and council chamber feed, and that the balance of the report to be referred to the budget process. Is that something that we could do? I think that rather than referring the whole thing.
Councillor Collins, could you?
As long as there was the opportunity to still vote on the cost of whatever comes back.
Of course, as always.
And I'm
Yeah.
All in favor, carried.
Can we amend it to that then, so that we can have best of both worlds?
Are you
obviously?
asking, or is Councillor Whitehead asking?
No, are you?
You're asking, yes.
Mayor Eisenberger is asking.
I'm asking. Yeah.
And it's a yes, and the seconder supports it? Okay. You don't have to be sorry, just ask your question.
Just for clarity, on the vicarious friendly amendment of the mayor through Whitehead on the taking of out, this is still going to go to open procurement. Yes. This is not a sole source amendment. Thank you. I support it.
Okay. See no more.
So just to remind, we talked about the high def cameras, the screen, and SIRE. And then the balance be referred to the budget process, and a report come back on those issues prior to. Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that's in the motion. That's not direction.
No.
Right? You got that in the motion, Steph? I wanted to ask the clerk. She may want me to do that as a separate motion through you, Mr. Deputy.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I have that as direction as part of the actual motion being put forward.
Right.
Refer a motion.
Okay. All in favor of the motion as amended? Thank you. We just put it in. Okay. Motions. 9.1 we've already dealt with. 9.2
yes, it's
ad of land at the back of City Hall.
Thank
Councillor Marula.
It's a move by myself, seconded by Councillor Collins. It's pretty straightforward. In essence, to sum it up, this particular City Hall back in 2001, 2, 3, we went into a very extensive debate surrounding the demolition and creating and building a new City Hall. At that time, we all learned that this was built or was designed to accommodate an expansion. That expansion being at the rear of this particular building, and we could actually build a tower on the existing footprint of this particular building. At the time, there was some discussion about rather than building a new City Hall, expanding the existing footprint and using that as a tower, we decided to renovate rather than demolish and build a new City Hall. But that thought never left my mind about the potential of that, particularly in speaking with a number of developers over the last 5 years. When I brought it to their attention, they were not even aware of the fact that you could actually build a tower in the back of this particular existing building. Having said that, the opportunities are endless. I think they're mixed-use development in a private-public partnership, not selling the particular land, obviously, because it's our City Hall, but entering into a private-public partnership similar to a number of other initiatives we've done in the past, where we have a mixed-use condominium, hotel, shopping district built right in to the heart of City Hall. in that tower would be something that would be advantageous not only from assessment growth, but taxation and vibrancy. Having said that, I know that the intent of this is to make it a priority to go out for a request for interest as a result of the interest that people have expressed locally with respect to that. So that's what's before us. Staff indicated that throughout their assessment, there are a number of other city properties that a number of us are talking about developing. This should, I think, in many ways, as a result of the iron being hot with all the development that's going on right now with respect to condominiums, hotels, and the renaissance we're experiencing, it's an opportune time. And I think the sooner we act on this, the better. And I think the return of our investment would be quite significant, something I look forward to seeing. Firstly, just the request for interest. Secondly, entering in negotiations about what that actually means from a financial perspective. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And second by Councillor Collins, right? Your motion. And I have Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I really appreciate where Councillor Marula is coming from with this, but I'm just going to ask to be recorded as opposed. I have consistently over my 26 years here, actually when I arrived in 1989, I met the architect of this city hall, who put his plans together in 1960, Stan Roscoe, a local Hamilton architect. When I first arrived, he showed me a copy of his plans. And at the time, of course, if you recall, there was a regional tower type of debate under regional government at that time to possibly build an additional regional bureaucratic building on Bay Street. Anyways, that's come and gone. I have consistently over the years been very protective of this block being City Hall Plaza. It's the seat of local government. When we were at the Eaton Center during the renovation time, if you recall, there was one or two members of council back then who suggested let's stay at City Center indefinitely, permanently, right in the middle of a shopping center. And I was just loath to that. I've always felt that I wanted one place in our city, and now with the new amalgamated city, where people could point to, come to, recognize, and if they wanted to simply relax, have a lunch break here, green space, trees, whatever, that City Hall Plaza was their local seat of government for the former 6 municipalities and regional government, and now the new city of Hamilton. And I remember Mr. Roscoe said to me at the time that the only expansion plan as part of his development for this City Hall building, which took the place, of course, of the old one on James Street, was that, as Councillor Marula accurately pointed out, for a second tower to be built on the back, on the wing of the parking lot and the winged driveway structure there, which possibly could, and I've always supported over the years, depending on cost, if it could consolidate our employees that are spread out over a number of locations in the city of Hamilton and bring them back to consolidate all the departments here at one-stop shopping destination being City Hall Plaza, 71 Main Street West. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in the wording of all this motion, and I admire where Councillor Marula is going, striking while the real estate iron's hot, but with the language of the motion, and I don't want him to deter from it at all, because he's looking hopefully to get some additional revenue, a better bang for the buck, potentially with the hot market. But with the words commercial in there, entertainment, private, not-for-profit, community organizations, it's just really opening it up for me on principle consistently over the years beyond what I've supported. So with all respect, I would just ask that be recorded as opposed to the motion. Thanks, Mr. Deputy.
Absolutely. Councillor Ferguson.
I just want to remind everyone on council who was here in 2006, 7, 8 when we debated this renovation, and was ultimately the recommendation of the City Hall Renovation Committee to not build the tower when we did this building. This building is about 200,000 square feet, and the rent at City Center at the time was a real red hot number. You couldn't possibly have built a tower back there for what we could rent for an extended period of time. However, with the downtown starting to go again in this hot real estate market, we're never going to, I won't quote the price per square foot, but it's a real low number that we have. When that expires, the prices are probably going to triple. And the plan was strike while the iron's hot, while we can get cheap real estate under performing piece of property, which is city center. And then in the future, because we didn't want to empty that building either at the time, but in the future, when rates go up significantly, then we got the tower site that we could build on. And as Councillor Jackson said, move everybody into one-stop shopping here. So we didn't want an empty downtown site when the downtown was in dire straits. We got a red-hot price at the time, which is probably going to be lost based on what's happening downtown, and new buildings are going up, the value of that property. And once that rents up, and it's got to be soon, we've got to be in 5-6 years that we've been in here now, when that lease is going to be up. And it's probably going to go up close to the $24 a square foot, which is more in line with what rents are going for now. And it may be cheaper for us at that time to build this tower and relocate our staff over here. So I can't support this motion either. I'd like to stay with that strategy. Thank you.
Just on that point of support, point of order, Mr. Chairman?
If it's a point of order.
Yeah, in the actual, therefore, and be it resolved, all of that's incorporated in it, where that's city staff office requirements, ownership versus leasing, all of that's incorporated in all the concerns that are presented. I made it thorough for that purpose, so that we're not pigeonholed. This is all information. It's being able to study all the options and then taking the best option as presented.
Thank you.
So in essence, all of their concerns are addressed in the motion itself and will be elaborated upon by staff. So if they read the motion in its entirety, I didn't want to do it earlier at the time, but
I don't think it's a point of order, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Just to clarify, their concerns are addressed in the actual motion itself.
Okay, so, can we move on? I'll have Mayor Fred Eisenberg. Please.
Thank you. And I'm going to be supporting this, presuming that we're not making a decision to do anything, but we're looking at feasibility. So I think it's a worthy look at what the site is capable of. I've always been of the belief that we shouldn't be everybody's favorite tenant out in the broader community, because that doesn't inspire them to do anything with their buildings. They can just rely on kind of the government rental fees to kind of keep them going. So I think has always been a great opportunity to try and house everybody in a consolidated location. Having said that, though, I think that there's also the issue of, do we want to look at places where we can continue to support tax-paying proposals and concepts, and I think those concepts are out there too. So other developers are also looking at their sites and saying, how can we participate in accommodating your staff and at the same time get them to pay taxes to us at the same time. So hopefully it's a broader view, but I'm going to support having a look at this. I think there's a merit in checking out the feasibility and then see where we end up. So I quite appreciate what the councillor's trying to get at, and it's worthy of a second look.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I support, because all it is an exploration. There's no decision point at this report. We'll come back and look at those options. But to just remind, dovetailing on Councillor Ferguson's very prudent comments in regards to the lease rates, almost 2/3 of our staff are in leased space outside of City Hall. When you talk and have meetings, when you look at efficiencies, they have to travel from wherever they are to attend meetings at City Hall. So when you look at those costs over a year, we are losing efficiency in operation. So certainly I really support, I don't want to give up on the fact that at some point in time, there's going to be a return on investment and more efficiency derived by creating a second tower on the City Hall property to accommodate those people. This motion doesn't, in fact, it does identify that is one of the options. And so I look forward to that report coming forward, because I know that that's my biggest concern, is I'm looking for efficiency and I'm looking at return on investment and for the taxpayers of this community.
Councillor Farr.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm supportive, very supportive, and obviously as someone downtown who is aware of the history and the capabilities that lie before us with respect to a second tower, as someone who just yesterday at planning had a motion from about 3 years ago return quite positively to our committee with respect to adaptively reusing in a much more positive way the surface lots that we manage downtown right now. In terms of parking, there are 17, and we had a great discussion and moved forward in a positive way on doing much more positive things with surface asphalt. And let's face it, that's what Mr. Marula is dealing with right now in this motion to a great extent. As someone who has been working hard with, and we were all updated in planning committee yesterday as well, on City of Hamilton private partnership with respect to parkades and addressing issues and appropriately putting parking in the places where we need them in a structured way and not a surface parking way, as I'm and all of us are maintaining our support for the moratorium on any new surface parking lot in the downtown. The City of Hamilton doesn't need to look like it does from a satellite map, and what it looks like now is like no other great Canadian city anywhere else in this nation, and that's just an asphalt jungle. So let's start getting creative, and I think someone mentioned it. In fact, it could be the one appellant or two or so to the motion before us. We should strike while the iron is hot. We also have, if I'm not mistaken, through you to Chris, a mandate to consolidate. So we've talked about it, but is it not a mandate of council to consolidate our staff that are out there in various parts of the city?
I don't know through you, Chair. I don't know if there's a formal mandate written somewhere, but certainly I think for the points I think Councillor Whitehead is making about, the efficiencies of having people working in close proximity to each other, I think that's always kind of top of mind for us.
Yeah, and the way I read the motion as well, it's all encompassing, so we could tackle that quite specifically when we get the report back. And through you to Ray Kessler, I see he's here from real estate. Or you, Chris, you might know, as Ray makes his way down, approximately how many staff have we from Public Works primarily, but also municipal law enforcement at the city center as we speak?
Actually, through Chairman, Rome has a spreadsheet in front of him. He can tell you everything you need to know.
Just those two. I'm not going to belabor it.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's one piece of information I don't have is the number of people. But I do have the total square footage that we have in the downtown core that we're leasing. We're currently leasing about 171,000 square feet. So on average, if you look at 200 square feet per person, do the math, that's probably what we have in the downtown core in a lease space.
What's the math?
Okay. You know what's interesting? I just heard 200 square feet per person. That's some healthy space to work with there. Okay, thank you, Rome. That's good enough for me for now, but it's something I'm sure we will work at, and it's a great big number, and there's a whole bunch of people everywhere. And if I'm not mistaken, the lease is up, Ray or Rome, at City Center. Is it 4 years now? In 4 years? When's it up?
Through the chair, at the city center, there's 2 leases there. They're up at 2020 and 2021.
It is imminent, and it's a good time to have this motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yep, just really quick question through you to Chris or John Mader. My understanding is 330 Wentworth is also going to be causing a pressure for us to find space for staff because of the new LRT project, correct? Not just City Center, but my understanding is 330 Wentworth North is also in limbo land.
Through you, Mr. Chair, with the 10-year transit plan approved, if we were to move forward on the and achieve the goals of that plan, ultimately that will create a pressure because transit will need another garage someplace, whether that's 330 Wentworth or somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. And through you to Ron. Ron, do you happen to have how many square feet we have right now at 330 Wentworth North? Top of your head?
Through the chair, top of my head, that building there is about 279,000 square feet, but that's a combination of garage and administrative offices. Okay. So I don't have that split at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Because I can remember the last term when McMaster came, and that was one of the sites behind us was the pad to build the new McMaster. school board, or no, it was the school board, sorry, you're right, it was the Hamilton Wentworth School Board, and at that time, we were starting to look at some of the pressures that we're going to be facing in the future as to where we're going to put all our staff, and are we going to be reinventing the wheel by going out and trying to buy more real estate and building the complement that we need. So at this point in time, I cannot support this motion until we know where our feet are in the ground and whether we have to use space for 330 Wentworth or City Center. I'm not on board at this point in time until we've got all the facts in front of us as far as office pressure and space that we require. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Deputy Mayor, thank you, and I'll just put in my 2 bits on this as well. I really have a concern with this. I believe we need to have some more information before us. As Councillor Johnson raised, we did address the issue of the school board being interested in potentially expanding and building behind us. There's a reason that space has been maintained. It's above the wishbone in the parking, the underground parking area, and that was maintained for a future tower for city use going forward. And I agree. We have, I'm sure it's been mentioned, I apologize, I had to step out and come back in, but we've got the courthouse coming online. I'm sure there's some space that will be available in there. We have the Football Hall of Fame building coming online. There'll be some space as well. So we really need to evaluate all the leases and space that we have coming forward as maybe a more comprehensive report. And I can't support this at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Skelly.
Through the chair, I would like to know clarification on the motion, because as most people have said, with the lease renewal coming up in between 4 and 5 years, and we will need space, does the motion include building a tower for city staff? And if so, I would support the motion, because it's simply exploring all options, including that. Is that correct? Can I have clarification on that motion?
Through the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Skelly. Yes. So in essence, all the concerns, and I almost want to read the motion in its entirety, but Councillor Collins advised me they doesn't want to hear it. But if they read it, all their concerns are addressed, built into this particular motion. So, as I mentioned, it's about city use. It could be a private public use. It could be a number of uses. But the bottom line is, it's a priority. So staff will go away looking at all the options and how can we best maximize the footprint of that particular location to better serve the residents of the city, or our staff, by extension, the residents of the city. So the answer is absolutely a resounding yes. And to not support this would be not supporting what they're concerned about in finding a solution. So I'm a little confused and baffled by their nonsensical issues. Thank you.
Councillor Skelly.
Should it be more specific, through the Deputy Chair, should it be more specific and include perhaps a friendly amendment that it also specifically includes staff looking at the possibility of constructing a tower to house city staff?
Well, thank you. But it does read that in item B, okay, in item B2, that examination of the following city staff office requirements. So that would incorporate all that.
Good staff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you. And I was out of the room, so if I missed this, if it's already been asked and answered, then please let me know. I'm just looking at the timing around this to come back to the General Issues Committee in June 2016, and through you to staff. Looking at the comprehensive information that's being asked for here, does that give you enough time?
Chris?
So I think in talking with John Hertel, he indicated to me that he felt that
2016 is not an issue.
According to John, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Any more questions? Seeing none? Standard recorded vote, please. All in favor? Stand.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I need you to read out the names.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you do.
Councillor Partridge, Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Conley, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Skelly, Councillor Collins, Councillor Marula, Councillor Green, Councillor Farr, and Councillor Aidan Johnson. And opposed. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Brenda Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Pursuta, and Councillor Jackson. I said mine the first. And the results are?
It carries.
It carries. Good. Phew. Okay. Now we're going to go to notice of motion.
Because of that,
the first
I have three
one
more
is,
now.
The first one is review and renegotiation of the John C. Munro International Airport lease, and that's Councillor Collins. Keep it as a notice. Okay, just
I'm sorry.
do we vote on a notice of motion? No. Okay. Thank you very much. The next one is Rotary Creekside Parquet Dundas. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you. This is a notice of motion, and I am going to ask for your indulgence to change the rules, to waive the rules, to allow for the introduction of the motion due to time frame. So moved by myself and seconded by Robert Pursuta that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of the motion respecting the Rotary Creekside Parquet and Dundas.
All in favor? Carried. Opposed? None. Okay, on the motion?
Thank you. The motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Donna Scully. You have it in front of you. I think I'll just read the therefore be it resolved that the ward councillor, is that okay with you? Yeah, okay. That the ward councillor be authorized to utilize the Ward 13 priority discretionary infrastructure funds, if required, to a maximum of $250 for the construction and development of the Rotary Creekside Parquet and Dundas by December 31st of 2016.
Can you say the price again?
$250,000.
Oh, you didn't say the 1,000 first time around.
Oh, did I say $250? Yeah, that's all I get is two benches. Sorry, $250,000 for the construction and development of the Rotary Creekside Parquet and Dundas by December 31st, 2016, subject to the following conditions. A, that the funds be utilized to complete the Rotary Creekside Parquet and Dundas in accordance with the plan approved by the city. B, that sufficient funds be released and paid to the Rotary Club of Dundas on a project-by-project basis related to the Rotary Creekside Parquet and Dundas, subject to approval by the relevant city staff and the Ward 13 councillor. And C, that the Rotary Club of Dundas be required to provide proof of each project's completion and the dispersal of the funds to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services and the Ward 13 councillor. And if I could speak to that. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Okay.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, can I speak to this?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So the Rotary Creekside Parquet is actually a wonderful example of a community partnership with the city. And originally, the price was much less. The anticipated price was much less. For various reasons, it escalated to $550, and it is now gone up to $750. The basic reason for that is some unexpected infrastructure that had to be put underground, and time lapse that's taken place while Rotary made sure the funds were in the bank, as they're good stewards, before they contracted to have any work done, and the trades, of course, prices have gone up over the years. So I am asking that this amount of money be authorized out of my priority funds for Ward 13 so that the parquet can be finished. It does not preclude further fundraising. I anticipate they will continue to fundraise and that the money will only be used if it's necessary. Quiet over there.
Okay. Councillor Marula, you had a question?
Is this time sensitive?
I'm sorry?
Why is this time sensitive?
Why is it time sensitive?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm happy to answer that. Because the projects that need to be contracted in order to have this parkette finished this year, so staff can assume it, the city can assume it, need to be contracted immediately, so they...
What's the date? To you, Mr. Chairman, what's the date of that?
Date of what?
What's the deadline? I can't wait till after council or after next month?
No, it'll go to council next week.
No, can't you provide a notice today to you, Mr. Chairman, to be debated next month?
Because the contracts are waiting, and they do have fundraising that has to be spent on something specific attached to a New Horizons grant, and it needs to be contracted and
But Mr.
agreed
Chairman,
to.
this is a bad precedent. We're literally giving a blank check, I think, in some cases here. I need to evaluate this a little further, but I think for future reference, people should do their due diligence before getting here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions on this? All in favor? Opposed? No, pass.
Company.
Huh? There's no
company. Yeah.
Okay. 10.3 was given to you today. It's a notice of motion, and I'll pass over to the mayor to, are you going to move it, or? No. Okay. Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, can I ask, through the deputy mayor to staff, I learned a couple of days ago that, unfortunately, even the mayor's office was notified late that there was going to be a major announcement that took place actually in my ward at a cycling shop in respect to the cycling contribution to the City of Hamilton, which is great. The second piece is the project that's being awarded, I certainly wasn't aware of, never came in front of committee or council. When we're looking at applications for alternative funding for these kinds of issues, I would hope that we would be setting those priorities here, council. So can I have some explanation on how a project is identified outside of this horseshoe and prioritized independently by staff in the absence of having any discussion? My other understanding is that this, although it was on the master plan, the cycling plan, it wasn't given that the priority. Two, my understanding that was a year ago that this application was made, and I'm not aware as a councillor that the fact that you made that application ever came back to this body. So I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. In July of 2015, MTO issued a submission where they wanted a call for submissions for this type of project. So staff looked at the 2009 approved plan, and I would say just pick Bay Street because it felt that best met the criteria for success. So that was submitted, and of course, yesterday we found out we were successful.
So can I ask through the chair to the city manager, is this the process that we're going to embark on now, that independent of this council, when there are application opportunities with other levels of government, that decisions would be made unilaterally by staff in absence of any information being shared or prioritized by this council?
Chris, if I can to you, Deputy Mayor, I mean, certainly the notice of that project being chosen did surprise me. I found out obviously pretty much at the same time all of you. The connection back to a plan that was approved some time ago, to me seems like there's a gap that should not exist. I mean, we should be I would think certainly when there's a direct impact to a ward councillor or more than one ward councillor in terms of an application, at a minimum should be aware of, and then where required, seeking authorization approval to put a matter forward. So I can understand what you're saying and your concerns about it. Recognizing though there was a general approval of the project, I think we could do a better job in terms of communicating the why that particular road was chosen as a priority, and just to keep you in the loop. I think generally speaking, I would identify this as more of an anomaly than any kind of regular occurrence. Notwithstanding that, I understand your point.
I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, there might be mitigating circumstances. I'm going to give benefit to the doubt. I want to make it clear. I am concerned, though, that this is an anomaly and not a practice that a number of us around this horseshoe is not aware of. I want to know for a fact that when a master plan is put forward, we don't prioritize that list, not that I'm aware of. So that means then, in this particular case, that staff are unilaterally making that decision, again, without a prioritization process. When I take a look at the needs in this community, whether it's cycling or what's even on that list currently, it begs the question, why was this eccentric to one geographic area when there's so many other areas of this city that are being left behind? So I would hope there's a lesson learned from this. I hope that there was mitigating circumstances. I've given staff every opportunity, if it's not now, certainly through the next number before council, to help me understand what box they might have been in. But at the very least, the piece that bothers me is a year passed by, an announcement is made. Meanwhile, we're sitting on this horseshoe, didn't even know we made an application. So not even an information report as a follow-up came to any body. So if you can look into that, understand the mitigating circumstances and what steps will be taken to prevent it in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before we move into closed session, the closed session minutes of April 6, 2016 may be approved in open session if it is the wish of the committee. Might I please have a motion to approve the closed session minutes? Moved by Councillor Marilla, second by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Thank you. Might I please have a motion to move into closed session respecting item 12.2, surplus school property at 155 East 26th Street, known as Eastmount Park Elementary School, PED 15127, Ward 7, and item 12.3, contract settlement matters, pursuant to section 8.1, subsection C, E, and F of the city's procedural bylaws 14-300 and section 239-2, subsection C, E, and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matters pertain to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for the city purposes, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city, and the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Could I now have the public and any staff who are not required to be in the closed session, please exit the chamber, taking all your personal items with them.
Just a quick question. If the councillor is supportive of this, can we just say whether or not we need to go into camera, or do we definitely need to go into camera? Because I'm supportive. I don't need to go into camera. Oh, sorry. I just got this one in my hot little hand.
There's a contract issue
Let's discuss it
and a
open.
school
We're
issue.
being transparent here.
What's the wish of the committee?
Thank you. Yes, we'll go in camera.
Okay. All in favor, going in camera? Thank you.